Hello everyone. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was one of those nights when the road seemed endless, a stretch of asphalt disappearing into the dark. The kind where you can't quite shake the feeling that something's off, even if you can't put your finger on it. I've been driving trucks for over a decade, hauling everything from frozen meat to car parts across the country. The night shift? Not my favorite, but it pays well. And honestly, I've grown used to the solitude, the hum of the engine, the blur of headlights slicing through the blackness. But that night was different, one that I still think about every time I pass that stretch of road. I was about 4 hours into my shift, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, miles of empty highway stretching out in front of me. The clock on the dashboard blinked 2:47 a.m., and my only company was the static buzz of the CB radio. The road was unusually quiet. No other trucks, no passing cars. Just me, the rumble of my 18-wheeler, and the occasional rustle of the wind. Even the stars seemed to hide behind a thick layer of clouds, leaving only the pale glow of my headlights cutting through the dark. I took a long sip from my thermos, hoping the lukewarm coffee would keep me awake for another couple of hours. That's when I saw her, standing there, right at the edge of my headlights, on the side of the road. She was dressed in a white dress, old-fashioned, like something from the 60s, and it flowed around her in the wind. Her hair was dark, long, tangled, as if she'd been out there for a while. She didn't move, didn't try to flag me down, just stood there staring straight at me as my truck approached. I slowed down, trying to get a better look, but a chill ran through me, even with the heater blasting. Everything about her seemed wrong. Like she was a photograph that had been left out in the sun too long, faded but still there. My first thought was that she might be lost, or her car had broken down nearby. I glanced at the shoulder, looking for a vehicle, a hitchhiker's backpack, anything that would make sense. But there was nothing. Just her, standing in the dark, the white dress glowing faintly in the beam of my headlights. I slowed down almost to a crawl as I rolled past her, my eyes locked on her face. She wasn't looking at the truck anymore. She was looking straight at me, eyes wide and unblinking. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was waiting. But for what? "Hey, you all right out there?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and uncertain even to myself. But there was no answer, no reaction, just the wind rustling the leaves and the distant hum of the engine. For a moment I thought about stopping, but something, call it instinct or maybe just plain fear, made me keep rolling past. As soon as I was a few yards away, I checked the side mirror. My breath caught in my throat. She wasn't there anymore. The stretch of road behind me was empty, just my taillights fading into the night. I rubbed my eyes, convinced that the fatigue was getting to me, that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. It wouldn't be the first time I'd seen something strange out on the open road after too many hours without sleep. But the uneasiness stuck with me, clawing at the back of my mind. I turned up the volume on the radio, hoping the voices would drown out the weirdness of what I'd just seen. That's when the static broke. A voice came through, low and crackling, like it was struggling to reach me through a storm. "You saw her too, didn't you?" The words were barely a whisper, but they cut through the night like a knife. I grabbed the CB radio mic, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who is this? What are you talking about?" But there was no reply, just the same crackling, the occasional burst of static. My hands felt clammy on the wheel, and I couldn't stop glancing at the side mirror, half expecting to see her walking along the side of the road again. But it was just darkness, empty and silent. A few minutes later, the radio came to life again, but this time, it was just random chatter from another trucker, talking about the snow up north. I shook my head, trying to shake off the lingering creepiness. Maybe it was just some late-night prank, a local messing with the drivers. But I couldn't shake the way her eyes had seemed to pierce through the dark, like she was staring straight into me. I drove on, trying to focus on the road ahead, but the chill from earlier lingered. A fog began to settle in, thickening around the truck, swallowing up the distant trees and the yellow lines on the road. It felt like I was driving through a dream, everything distorted and hazy. The hum of the engine was the only thing keeping me grounded, but even that seemed muffled, as if the fog was swallowing up the sound. I was about to reach for the thermos again when I saw movement in the fog, something pale and fluttering, just ahead on the shoulder. My breath hitched as the figure stepped out into the light, and I realized it was her again, the same woman in the white dress. This time she was closer, her face clearer, almost too clear, like she was right in front of me even though she stood yards away. I swerved, narrowly missing the figure, the trailer fishtailing slightly before I brought it back under control. My heart pounded in my chest, adrenaline surging through me as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. I glanced in the side mirror, but she was gone again, vanished into the fog like she'd never been there. That's when the radio crackled back to life. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop for her. The voice was urgent this time, almost desperate. I didn't recognize it, but something about the tone made me grip the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Who the hell is this?" I demanded, but the radio cut off again, leaving me with the low hum of static. I pressed down on the gas, determined to put as much distance between me and that stretch of road as possible. But the fog seemed to thicken, pressing against the windows like a living thing. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her face staring back at me, but it was just the swirling mist, thick and impenetrable. Minutes stretched on, feeling like hours, my mind racing with questions that had no answers. Who was she? How did she keep appearing, and where did she vanish to? I'd heard stories from other drivers, legends of strange things seen out on the highways in the dead of night, but I'd never put much stock in them. Now, though, I wasn't so sure. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog lifted. The air cleared, revealing a stretch of road that looked almost familiar. I exhaled, a shaky breath that I hadn't realized I'd been holding, and let my grip on the wheel loosen just a bit. Maybe I was finally leaving whatever strange zone I'd stumbled into. But as I rounded a bend, the headlights caught something up ahead, a shadowy figure standing on the side of the road, right where the fog ended. I slowed, my stomach twisting into knots, and there she was, again. Only this time she was closer to the road, one hand outstretched as if she was trying to reach for something, or someone. I kept my foot on the gas, ignoring the cold sweat running down the back of my neck. As I passed her, I forced myself not to look, not to meet her eyes. But out of the corner of my vision, I saw her lips move, forming words that I couldn't hear. I swallowed hard, trying to convince myself to keep driving, to leave her behind once and for all. The radio crackled one last time, barely more than a whisper, but clear enough to send a shiver through my entire body. "You can't outrun her." I hit the gas, the engine roaring as I sped down the highway, not daring to look back. The fog, the radio, the woman, they all blurred together into a nightmare that I couldn't quite shake. Even when I reached the next town, the lights of the diner welcoming me like a beacon, I still felt her presence lingering, like a shadow just beyond the edge of the light. I parked the truck, my hands still shaking as I stepped down onto solid ground. The diner was nearly empty, a few late-night patrons hunched over cups of coffee. I walked straight to the counter, ordered the strongest brew they had, and tried to steady my breathing. When the waitress came over with my cup, I asked her, half joking, half desperate, "You ever hear any weird stories about the highway back there?" She looked at me with a puzzled expression, then shrugged. "Oh, you mean the lady in white?" "Yeah, folks see her every now and then. Some say she's looking for her lost lover. Others say she's just trying to find her way home. But no one's ever managed to talk to her." "Why? You saw her?" I forced a smile, trying to ignore the way my hands trembled around the coffee cup. "Nah, just curious." But deep down, I knew it wasn't over, because every time I close my eyes, I see her standing there, her hand reaching out, her lips forming those silent words. And no matter how many miles I put between us, I can't shake the feeling that one day I'll look in the mirror and she'll be sitting right there in the passenger seat, waiting for me to listen. The old farmhouse sat on the edge of town, where the streetlights faded into open fields and the air grew colder, sharper. It had been in our family for generations, though no one had lived there in years. Not since my uncle disappeared and left it to my father. I never thought I'd set foot inside it again, but when I inherited the place after Dad passed, I figured I'd take a weekend to check it out. I wasn't expecting much, just dust, maybe a few loose floorboards. But from the moment I crossed the threshold, I knew something wasn't right. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of old wood and decay. I left the front door open, letting in a sliver of late afternoon sunlight, which cut through the dust motes swirling in the hallway. Everything was as I remembered from childhood visits: peeling wallpaper, sagging floors, and that creaky banister my cousins and I used to slide down when we thought the grown-ups weren't looking. But now the place felt different. It was like walking into a memory that had twisted itself into something darker. I moved through the rooms, trying to get a feel for what needed fixing. The living room windows were stuck shut, cobwebs draped across the corners like old lace. The kitchen had a layer of grime so thick I could barely see the old oak cabinets beneath it. As I wandered deeper into the house, my footsteps echoed, the boards groaning under my weight like they were warning me to leave. But there was something else, a subtle draft that seemed to come from the far end of the hallway, where the door to the basement loomed. That basement door, it looked exactly as I remembered it, painted a dull, lifeless gray with a rusted lock hanging from a chain. Only, now the lock was missing, the chain coiled loosely around the handle. A chill crept up my spine, but I brushed it off. Old houses have drafts. Old locks rust and fall off. Nothing to get spooked over. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I pulled open the door, revealing a narrow set of wooden stairs that disappeared into darkness. The air that rushed out was cold, biting like it hadn't been disturbed in years. I flipped the switch at the top of the stairs, but nothing happened. Great, I thought. No power down there. I grabbed my flashlight from the truck and made my way down, one creaky step at a time, the beam cutting through the dark. The basement was even colder than the rest of the house, and the air was damp, carrying the faint smell of mold. I scanned the walls, lined with old wooden shelves cluttered with jars, tools, and other bits of junk my uncle had collected. And then, my flashlight caught something at the far end. A small door I'd never noticed before, partially hidden behind a stack of dusty crates. It was wooden, with a brass handle that gleamed in the flashlight's beam, almost new compared to everything else down here. I tried the handle and it turned easily. Beyond the door was a room, a small windowless space with concrete walls and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, which flickered as I stepped inside. The walls were lined with shelves, but instead of tools, they held rows and rows of old photos. At first, I thought they were just family pictures, black and white snapshots of relatives I barely recognized, smiling at picnics, posing in front of the farmhouse when it was new. But as I moved the flashlight across the shelves, a chill ran through me. The photos weren't just old, they were recent. There were pictures of my father, my uncle, even me. One of them showed me standing outside the farmhouse from earlier that same day. My hand shook and the flashlight beam jittered across the room. I took a step back, my mind racing. Who could have taken these? No one knew I was coming out here. Hell, I'd barely decided myself until last night. I grabbed the photo of me off the shelf, my fingers shaking. As I did, the bulb above me flickered again, plunging the room into momentary darkness. When the light came back on, my breath hitched. A shadow moved in the corner of the room, something small, shifting just out of sight. I whipped the flashlight around, heart pounding in my ears, but the beam only caught the bare walls, the empty corners. I told myself it was just my imagination, the dim light playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a soft rustling, like someone shifting their weight, coming from behind me. I spun around, flashlight sweeping the shelves, but the room was empty, just like before. The only sound was my own breathing, harsh and rapid in the confined space. I took another step back, my heel catching on the edge of the threshold, and nearly tripped. My hands fumbled for the door handle, slamming it shut behind me as I stumbled back into the main part of the basement. For a moment, I just stood there, leaning against the door, trying to steady my breathing. My mind kept replaying what I'd seen in that room. Those photos, the shadow that seemed to move when the light flickered. None of it made sense. Maybe it was some kind of prank, some local kids messing with me. But that explanation felt too easy, too simple. I hurried back up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me, as if that flimsy chain could keep whatever was down there at bay. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across the living room, and the thought of staying here alone for the night made my skin crawl. I grabbed my keys from the counter, but as I reached for the front door, a sound froze me in place. It was a low creak, coming from the direction of the basement, like someone was slowly, carefully walking up the stairs. I turned back, gripping the flashlight tighter, my heart hammering in my chest. The basement door was still shut, the chain hanging loose. But I could hear it, clear as day. Another creak followed by a soft thud, like a footfall just beyond the door. The kind of sound you make when you're trying to move quietly, but can't quite manage. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling more than I'd like to admit. Silence. Then, another creak, closer this time, like it was right on the other side of the door. I took a step back, my mind screaming at me to get out, to just leave the damn house behind. But then the doorknob rattled. It was a soft sound, barely more than a whisper, but in the stillness of that empty house, it was as loud as a gunshot. I stumbled back, my flashlight beam swinging wildly across the walls. The doorknob turned slowly, and for a second, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move through the crack beneath the door. I bolted for the front door, my boots thudding against the hardwood. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I half expected to feel something grab my shoulder, to hear that whispering rustle right in my ear. But the house stayed silent, the only sound the slamming of the front door behind me as I burst outside into the cold evening air. I didn't stop until I was back in my truck, engine roaring to life, headlights cutting through the growing dark. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the farmhouse disappearing into the shadows. But what I saw instead made my blood run cold. Standing in the open doorway of the farmhouse was a figure, small, barely more than a shadow against the dim interior. It wasn't moving, just watching as I sped down the driveway. And as I turned the corner, the last thing I saw was the glint of something silver in its hand. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, headlights blazing against the deserted gas station parking lot. I sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself that it had all been a trick of the light, a mind playing games after too many hours alone in that old, creaking house. But deep down, I knew better. I knew I hadn't imagined the photos, or the shadow in the basement. I knew I hadn't imagined that figure in the doorway, watching me leave. And as I sat there, gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was in that house wasn't done with me yet. Even now, as I write this, I can't bring myself to go back. The farmhouse is still out there, waiting, and every time I close my eyes, I see that shadowy figure in the doorway, hear the soft creak of footsteps on the stairs. Maybe it's all in my head, or maybe, just maybe, some doors are better left unopened. It all started as a simple road trip. Just 3 old friends, a few days off work, and the promise of adventure on the open road. We had mapped out our route, planned stops at diners and quirky roadside attractions, and were looking forward to a weekend of nothing but laughter and freedom. But the highway has a way of playing tricks on you, especially when you stray too far from the beaten path. And somewhere between those endless miles of trees and the fading signal on our phones, we took a wrong turn that changed everything. We'd been driving for hours, the sun dipping low, turning the sky a burnt orange, when the GPS suggested a shortcut, a winding road that cut through a dense stretch of forest. We were tired, and the idea of shaving off an hour or two sounded perfect. The map showed a small town on the other side, and it looked straightforward enough. So we took the turn, laughing about how we'd probably find some secret diner or a weird roadside attraction to brag about later. At first, the road was fine, paved, smooth, surrounded by thick pine trees that swayed in the evening breeze. But as we kept driving, the pavement turned to gravel, then dirt, and the trees pressed in closer, turning the twilight into shadows. The GPS lost signal, but we figured we'd eventually reach the town or loop back to the main road. After all, how lost could we get? Another hour passed, and the dirt road seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning through the woods. I glanced at the gas gauge. It was lower than I'd like, and I felt a flicker of unease. Still, we tried to keep the mood light, joking about how we'd be telling this story for years, how the trees all started looking the same. But deep down, I could tell the others felt it too. That creeping sense that we'd gone too far, that something about this road wasn't quite right. The real trouble began when the car sputtered, then slowed, before dying completely. We rolled to a stop on the edge of the dirt road, the headlights casting long beams into the forest. "Battery's probably dead," Tom said, but his voice lacked confidence. He popped the hood, fiddling with the engine, while Emily tried to get a signal on her phone, holding it up to the windshield as if that would make a difference. Nothing. I stepped out into the cool night air, the chill sinking through my jacket. There wasn't a single sound, no chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, just a dense, heavy silence that made my skin prickle. I turned back toward the car, but the headlights barely pierced through the darkness now, swallowed up by the trees. Tom swore under his breath, slamming the hood shut. "It's not the battery," he muttered. "We're going to have to wait for someone to drive by." Except deep down, we all knew no one would. We hadn't seen another car since we'd left the highway, and there was no telling how far back that last turn had been. Emily's phone flickered uselessly, and she stuffed it back in her pocket with a frustrated sigh. "Let's just walk back the way we came," she suggested. "Maybe we can find a spot with a signal or a house or something." We grabbed flashlights from the trunk, and the three of us set off down the road, leaving the car behind. At first, we tried to keep up the banter, talking about how we'd laugh about this later, but it quickly died off, swallowed by the dark. The woods seemed to press in around us, the air thick with a strange, heavy stillness. Every so often, a branch snapped underfoot, and we'd all flinch, laughing nervously at how jumpy we'd become. But after about 20 minutes of walking, I started noticing something strange. The road, we should have seen some sign of the way we'd come by now. But the trees looked identical, the twists and turns too sharp, like they'd shifted somehow. Tom seemed to notice too, shining his flashlight into the woods as if trying to spot something familiar. But all he found were more trees, more darkness. Emily shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around herself. "Does anyone else feel like, I don't know, like we're being watched?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I opened my mouth to laugh it off, but the words died in my throat. Because I felt it too. This sensation of unseen eyes following our every move. We kept walking, but the road seemed to stretch on endlessly, the darkness growing thicker, the air colder. Tom tried to make a joke about being in some twisted version of the Twilight Zone, but his voice cracked halfway through and no one laughed. The only thing that kept me moving was the steady crunch of gravel underfoot, a sound I clung to like a lifeline. That's when we saw the lights, faint, flickering through the trees. They weren't headlights or street lamps, too dim for that. More like a fire, or maybe the glow from a house. My heart leapt with relief, and without thinking, we veered off the road, pushing through the underbrush toward the glow. Twigs snapped beneath our feet, and branches clawed at our arms, but the thought of finding someone, anyone, drove us forward. We stumbled into a small clearing, breathless, and froze. It wasn't a house, and it wasn't a fire. It was a lantern, old and rusted, hanging from a twisted branch in the center of the clearing. Below it, half buried in the dirt, were tire tracks. Fresh ones. My stomach twisted as I realized they matched the pattern on our own car. "Who the hell would leave this here?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. But before any of us could answer, the lantern flickered, its light swinging wildly, as if caught in a gust of wind. Only there was no wind. The air was still and cold. I reached out, touching the metal, and felt a jolt run through me. Not electric, just a sharp, bone-deep chill that made me yank my hand back. Tom grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Let's go," he muttered, his voice rough with fear. "We need to get back to the car. Now." We turned back, but the path we'd taken was gone. The underbrush had closed in, the trees shifting, twisting, forming a wall around the clearing. Panic clawed at my throat, and I swung the flashlight in every direction, but the beams only caught more trees, more darkness. "I swear we came this way," I said, my voice trembling. But as I turned back toward the lantern, my breath caught. There, in the glow of the flickering light, were 3 figures, shadowy shapes standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, barely visible between the trees. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there watching. And I realized with a sinking feeling that they'd been there all along, hidden just beyond the edge of the light. Tom grabbed my arm again, his grip shaking. "Go," he whispered, and we bolted, stumbling through the woods, branches slashing at our faces, tripping over roots. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps as the shadows seemed to close in around us, the darkness pressing tighter. Somehow we found the road again, our footsteps slamming against the dirt, and there, in the distance, I spotted the faint outline of our car. Relief surged through me, but as we reached it, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. The driver's side door was open, and I was sure, absolutely sure, that we'd locked it before leaving. We piled into the car, slamming the doors shut, and Tom fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking. The engine sputtered, groaned, then roared to life, and we peeled out of there, gravel spraying beneath the tires. As we sped down the road, Emily glanced back, her face pale. "They're still watching," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the engine. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I just kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, praying we'd find the highway, praying we'd leave this place behind. And somehow, by some miracle, the trees thinned, the dirt turned back to gravel, and the distant glow of a gas station sign appeared on the horizon. We didn't stop until we were parked under the bright, buzzing lights of the station. I killed the engine, and we just sat there breathing hard, the weight of what we'd seen pressing down on us. No one spoke for a long time. I think we were all afraid that if we did, we'd break whatever fragile thread had pulled us back to safety. Eventually, we drove home in silence, the road stretching out behind us like a shadow. We never spoke about that night again, but every now and then I catch Tom or Emily looking over their shoulder, like they're expecting to see those figures standing at the edge of the woods. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see the flickering glow of that lantern, hear the soft crunch of footsteps in the dark, and feel the cold weight of eyes watching, waiting from the shadows. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to go on a cruise. All that open water, the endless horizon, it just seemed like too much emptiness, too much isolation. But when my friends convinced me to join them for a week-long trip, promising drinks, sun, and nothing but good times, I gave in. They'd been hyping up the luxury, the freedom of drifting between exotic islands, but no one warned me about the things you might encounter when you're that far from shore. Things that don't make it into the brochures. It was our third night out, somewhere between 2 small Caribbean islands with no land in sight. The first couple of days had been fine, mostly lounging by the pool, watching the sunsets and enjoying overpriced cocktails. But on that third night, the air had changed. A thick fog rolled in just after dinner, swallowing up the stars and turning the sea into an inky black void. The ship's lights felt strangely muted, the way they bounced off the fog, casting eerie shadows across the deck. By midnight, Most of the other passengers had turned in for the night. I wasn't tired, though, so I found myself wandering the lower decks, where things were quieter. I liked the stillness, the hum of the engine vibrating through the floor. But as I made my way down the corridor, I started to notice how the air felt different down there. Cooler, almost damp. And for some reason, the lights along the hallway seemed dimmer than they had before. I passed one of the large portholes, expecting to see just more fog, but something made me stop. Outside, through the thick mist, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a figure, a shadowy shape that seemed to be floating just above the waterline, keeping pace with the ship. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a reflection, but as I stood there, squinting through the glass, the shape seemed to move, gliding alongside the ship with an unnatural smoothness. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, but when I looked again, it was gone, swallowed up by the fog. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, and continued down the hallway. But that uneasy feeling lingered, like a weight pressing against my chest. I decided to head up to the observation deck, hoping the fresh air might clear my head. As I climbed the stairs, I kept thinking about that shape, wondering if maybe I'd seen a bird or some driftwood caught in the current. The observation deck was empty, as I'd expected. The fog was even thicker up there, swirling around the railings like a living thing. I leaned over the side, peering into the darkness below, but all I could see was the churning black water, the faint glow of the ship's wake disappearing into the mist. And then, from somewhere out in the fog, I heard it. A low, rhythmic sound, like someone was tapping on the hull of the ship. I froze, straining to hear over the rumble of the engine. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, closer this time, like it was following the curve of the ship. I moved to the other side of the deck, gripping the cold metal railing, and tried to peer through the fog. For a second, I thought I saw that same shadowy figure just beneath the surface of the water. But when I blinked, it was gone. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but the tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, like something, or someone, was trying to get inside. My pulse quickened, and I turned back toward the stairs, suddenly desperate to get away from that sound. But as I reached the top of the steps, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. On the far end of the deck, barely visible through the fog, was a shape. It was tall and thin, with arms that seemed to reach too far, bending in angles that didn't seem possible. The way it moved, swaying with the motion of the ship, was all wrong, like it was trying to mimic the way a person might walk but couldn't quite get it right. For a moment, I thought it might be a passenger who'd wandered out for a smoke, but something deep inside me knew better. I took a step back, my breath catching in my throat. The figure turned as if sensing my presence, and I caught a glimpse of its face, pale, featureless, with eyes that were too wide, too dark, like twin voids staring right through me. It cocked its head to the side, almost curiously, and took a step forward. I bolted down the stairs, not caring about the noise I made, my footsteps echoing against the metal. The hallway seemed longer than before, stretching out into the dark. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out everything but that insistent tap, 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 now echoing through the walls like it was following me. I reached my cabin, fumbling with the key card, and practically fell inside, slamming the door shut behind me. For a few minutes, I just stood there, my back pressed against the door, trying to catch my breath. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen, but every explanation felt more impossible than the last. The room was dark, save for the sliver of light leaking in from the hallway, and I kept my eyes fixed on the door, half expecting it to swing open any second. The tapping stopped. For a moment, I let out a shaky breath, thinking maybe it was over. Maybe whatever that thing was had lost interest. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A shadow slipped across the room, long and thin, darting past the window. I turned, my hands shaking, and saw the curtains billowing, even though the window was shut tight. I backed away, bumping into the edge of the bed, my legs trembling beneath me. The shadow was still there, lurking just outside the glass, its edges blurring with the mist. I could feel its eyes on me, even though I couldn't see a face. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a hand, long, bony fingers pressing against the glass, leaving smudges on the inside. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, watching that shadow slide back and forth across the window. Eventually, the mist outside began to thin, the fog retreating as the first hints of dawn crept across the horizon. And just like that, the shadow was gone, melting away into the gray light of morning. But the smudges on the glass remained, faint but unmistakable. 5 long streaks, like fingers dragging down the pane. I barely slept the rest of the trip, sticking close to the crowds, avoiding the lower decks and any hint of darkness. My friends noticed my change in mood, kept asking if I was feeling seasick, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I'd seen. How could I, when I couldn't even believe it myself? On the last night of the cruise, I worked up the courage to ask one of the crew members about the fog, about any strange experiences they might have had out on the water. He gave me a wary look, like he'd heard the question before but didn't want to answer. After a moment, he just shrugged, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Sometimes the sea, it plays tricks on you, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. Out here, it's easy to lose track of what's real, but if you ever hear the tapping, best to ignore it. Don't open the window. Don't look too close. I nodded, forcing a laugh, but the chill in my bones told me he wasn't joking. I spent the rest of the night on edge, watching the sea from a distance, but the fog stayed away. When we finally docked, I couldn't get off the ship fast enough, practically running down the gangway and away from the water's edge. But sometimes, late at night when the wind picks up and the fog rolls in, I still hear that sound, tap, 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 echoing in the back of my mind. And no matter how many miles I put between myself and that ship, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the depths of the mist, that shadow is still waiting, still watching, biding its time until the fog rolls in again. I've always loved camping, the solitude of the woods, the crackling of the fire, and the way the night wraps around you like a blanket. There's something about being miles away from civilization that makes everything feel clearer, simpler. So when my buddy Kyle suggested a weekend trip to a remote spot he'd found in a dense stretch of forest, I jumped at the chance. Just the two of us, a tent, and endless miles of trees. But the deeper you go into the woods, the more you start to realize that some places aren't meant for company. We set off early that Friday morning, our car loaded with gear, the sky a perfect blue. It took nearly 4 hours to reach the trailhead, and from there, another 2 hiking along a barely visible path through the trees. As we trekked deeper into the forest, the sound of the highway faded, replaced by the steady rhythm of our boots crunching over leaves. Kyle led the way, confident and upbeat, talking about how this place was supposed to be untouched, a hidden gem. The further we walked, the more I believed him. The trees grew taller, older, their thick trunks blotting out the sunlight. By late afternoon, we reached the clearing Kyle had promised. It was a small patch of flat ground surrounded by a ring of towering pines, the kind of spot that feels like it's been waiting just for you. We set up camp, pitching our tent near the edge of the clearing with a fire pit not far off. The air was crisp, the smell of pine thick around us, and as the sun dipped lower, the forest seemed to breathe, settling into the night. We built a fire and spent the evening talking, watching the flames dance. Everything felt right, until the first noise came. It started as a faint rustling in the trees, just beyond the glow of the firelight. I thought it might be the wind, but the air was completely still. Kyle heard it too. He glanced over, raising an eyebrow. Probably just a deer or something, he said, but there was a tightness in his voice that made me uneasy. I shrugged it off, trying to focus on the warmth of the fire, but the rustling didn't stop. It moved, circling the edge of the clearing, staying just out of sight. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees, a flash of pale skin gone as quickly as it came. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself I was being paranoid. We were out in the woods. There were bound to be animals. As the night wore on, the rustling faded and we eventually climbed into the tent. exhaustion overtaking our nerves. Kyle fell asleep quickly, but I lay awake, listening to the silence pressing in from all sides. It was the kind of quiet that feels unnatural, the kind that makes you hyper-aware of every creak and whisper of the woods around you. At some point, I must have drifted off, but I woke to the sound of something tapping, soft, rhythmic, like fingers drumming against the canvas of the tent. I froze, holding my breath, my mind racing. The tapping came again, just outside, slow and deliberate, like whoever or whatever was doing it wanted to get my attention. I reached over and shook Kyle's shoulder. He stirred, blinking groggily. "What's up?" he mumbled, but the tapping stopped before I could answer. For a moment I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but then it came back, this time from the other side of the tent. Kyle's eyes widened and he sat up, his face pale in the dim light. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. I had no answer, and neither of us was brave enough to unzip the tent to find out. Instead, we huddled there, listening as the tapping continued, moving around the tent in slow circles like something was walking around us, testing the boundaries. Eventually, it faded into the woods, leaving us alone with our racing hearts. When dawn finally broke, we scrambled out of the tent, hoping to find some logical explanation. A tree branch, an animal. But the ground around the tent was undisturbed, no sign that anything had been there. Kyle tried to laugh it off, but I could see the unease in his eyes, the way he kept glancing over his shoulder as we packed up our gear. We decided to stay another night, convincing ourselves that it was nothing, just our imaginations running wild in the dark. But the atmosphere had changed. The woods, which had seemed so inviting the day before, now felt watchful, like they were hiding something just out of sight. We spent most of the day fishing at a nearby stream, avoiding the clearing, but the uneasiness followed us. By the time evening rolled around, a thick fog had settled over the woods, turning the trees into looming shadows. We built up the fire again, sitting closer to it than the night before, listening to the crackling logs and trying to drown out the growing sense of dread. But as darkness fell, the noises started up again. This time, closer. Twigs snapped in the underbrush, followed by a low, shuffling sound like something dragging through the leaves. Kyle and I exchanged a look, and I could tell he was just as scared as I was. He stood up, grabbing the flashlight, and shined it toward the trees. The beam cut through the fog, revealing nothing but more shadows. But then just as he started to lower it, the light caught a figure standing between the trees. A shape hunched over, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring back at us with hollow eyes. Kyle swore under his breath, dropping the flashlight, and the beam swung wildly as it hit the ground. By the time I grabbed it and aimed it back at the spot, the figure was gone. We didn't sleep that night. We sat by the fire, keeping watch, but the noises continued, moving through the trees, closer and then farther, like a predator circling its prey. Every so often I thought I saw that figure again just on the edge of the firelight, slipping between the trees. Kyle suggested we pack up and leave, but the thought of stumbling through the dark woods with that thing out there seemed worse. At some point I must have dozed off because I woke to the sound of breathing, soft, ragged, just inches from my face. My eyes snapped open, and for a second I thought I saw a shadow leaning over me, its breath cold against my skin. But when I blinked, it was gone, leaving only the dying embers of the fire crackling in the darkness. When dawn came, we packed up and left without a word, our gear haphazardly stuffed into our packs. The forest was silent as we made our way back to the trailhead, the fog lifting as we left that place behind. But the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the woods were hiding something in their depths. We never spoke about what we saw that night, not really. Kyle tried to laugh it off when we got back to town, calling it a bad dream, but I could see the truth in his eyes. He never suggested another camping trip after that, and I stopped venturing out into the woods alone. But sometimes, late at night, When the wind rattles the windows and the shadows grow long, I find myself thinking about that figure, how it stood there, watching us with those hollow eyes. And I wonder if maybe, somewhere deep in those woods, it's still out there, waiting for the next fool to wander too far from the safety of the firelight. The open road at night has a way of making you feel like you're the only person left in the world. It's just you, your rig, and the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out into the darkness. I've been a trucker for almost 15 years, and I've learned to love that solitude. The steady hum of the engine, the miles slipping by beneath the tires. But there are some stretches of highway where the darkness feels a little thicker, a little more unnatural. And there's one night on a lonely stretch through the desert that I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. It was a moonless night, somewhere between Arizona and Nevada. The desert around me nothing but shadows and the occasional silhouette of a saguaro cactus. I'd picked up a late-night haul, standard delivery, nothing special. But I needed to make time if I wanted to beat the morning traffic near Vegas, so I kept my foot on the gas, cruising just above the speed limit. The CB radio crackled occasionally with chatter from other drivers, but as the night wore on, even that faded to static. It was just me, the hum of the tires, and the empty road. About an hour past midnight, I spotted the first sign. It was one of those old green highway markers, but the words were too faded to read. A quick flash of the high beams revealed an arrow pointing off to the right, toward a side road I didn't recognize. I ignored it, thinking nothing of it. Just another forgotten stretch of desert road that no one uses anymore. But a few miles later, my headlights caught another sign, this one with a word barely legible, "Help." It was crudely painted in white, right across the middle of the sign, like someone had scrawled it in a hurry. My stomach twisted, but I tried to brush it off. Probably just a prank, I thought. Kids messing around. But as I drove on, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness outside the cab windows was pressing in a little closer. The desert too silent, too still. About 10 minutes later, the radio crackled to life. At first, it was just static, that familiar hiss that I'd grown used to. But then, beneath the static, I heard something. A voice, faint, like it was struggling to break through the interference. "You saw, didn't you?" The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I caught just enough to send a shiver down my spine. I grabbed the mic, trying to sound casual, even though my hands felt clammy on the wheel. "Who is this? You got a copy?" For a moment, there was nothing but the hum of static. Then the voice came again, clearer this time, but still distant, like it was coming from miles away. "Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." My heart skipped a beat and I scanned the road ahead, half expecting to see a car pulled over or some sign of life. But there was nothing, just the empty highway stretching on into the night. I told myself it was probably just some trucker playing a joke, but my hands tightened on the wheel anyway, and I pushed the truck a little faster, wanting to put as much distance between me and that voice as possible. That's when I saw the lights. At first I thought it was just a car parked up ahead, two small pinpricks of light hovering in the darkness. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The lights weren't stationary. They were moving, gliding across the desert floor, keeping pace with the truck. And they weren't headlights. They were too high off the ground, too far apart, like two lanterns swinging in the wind. My mouth went dry, and I tried to focus on the road, but the lights wouldn't leave my peripheral vision. They danced just outside the reach of my high beams, dipping and swaying like they were playing some kind of game. I pressed the accelerator, but the lights kept up, matching my speed, weaving in and out of the shadows. I grabbed the mic again, trying to keep my voice steady. "Look, if this is some kind of joke, it's not funny. You hear me?" The radio crackled, then went silent again, leaving me alone with the sound of my own breathing. My pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out the hum of the engine, and I kept my eyes glued to the road, refusing to look at the lights. But they grew brighter, drawing closer, until I couldn't ignore them anymore. I glanced to the side, and my breath caught in my throat. The lights were just a few yards away now, floating above the ground, casting strange, shifting shadows across the desert floor. And between those lights, I saw something. A figure, tall and thin, its shape barely more than a shadow against the night. I swerved, the truck lurching as I fought to keep control. My tires skidded, sending a cloud of dust up into the air. But somehow, I managed to stay on the road. When I glanced back, the lights were gone, swallowed up by the darkness as if they'd never been there. But the memory of that figure lingered, burned into my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. I sped up, ignoring the low growl of the engine and the rumble of the wheels. The miles slipped by, and I kept my focus on the distant glow of the horizon, telling myself that morning would come soon, that I'd leave whatever this was behind. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement again, this time in the rearview mirror. My stomach twisted as I realized the lights were back, flickering behind the trailer, closer than before. They bobbed and weaved, like they were following me, keeping time with the rumble of the truck. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows, some kind of optical illusion, but deep down I knew better. And then the tapping started again, soft, rhythmic, against the back of the trailer, like fingers drumming on metal. I checked the mirrors again, but there was no one there, no sign of anything but those two distant lights. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, and I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. "Stay calm," I muttered to myself, even though my voice sounded shaky and thin in the confined space of the cab. "Just keep driving, don't stop." But the tapping didn't stop. It turned into a scraping sound like nails dragging along the side of the trailer, sending chills down my spine. I floored the gas, the engine roaring as I pushed the rig faster than I'd ever dared before. The lights grew dimmer, fading into the distance, but the scraping continued, following me like a whisper in the dark. It wasn't until the glow of a rest stop sign appeared on the horizon that the noise finally stopped. I veered into the parking lot, slamming on the brakes and bringing the truck to a skidding halt beneath the fluorescent lights. For a moment I just sat there, my hands shaking on the wheel, the engine rumbling beneath me. The lights from the rest stop flickered, buzzing in the silence, but there was no sign of movement, no sound but the distant hum of the highway. I climbed out of the cab, legs trembling, and made my way to the back of the trailer, half expecting to find scratches or dents. But the metal was smooth, untouched, no sign that anything had been there at all. I stood there, staring into the darkness, but the desert was still, the shadows undisturbed. The radio crackled one last time as I climbed back into the cab. A voice, faint and distant, barely more than a whisper. "You made it. This time." I turned the dial, cutting off the static, and pulled out of the rest stop, eager to leave that stretch of highway behind. I didn't look back, not even once. I drove until the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, and the desert gave way to the dusty edges of civilization. I told myself it was just a bad night, just my mind playing tricks on me. But even now, whenever I drive that route, I make sure to stay on the main road, avoiding those side roads and their faded signs. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still think I hear it. The soft tap, tap, tap against the trailer, like a reminder that the desert holds its secrets close, and some of them don't like to be disturbed. It's funny how your perspective on rest stops changes when you're on the road late at night. By day, they're just places to grab a coffee, stretch your legs, maybe take a quick nap in the car. But after midnight, they become something else entirely. Lonely patches of concrete surrounded by darkness with flickering lights that never seem quite bright enough. I've spent enough nights driving across the country to know which stops feel safe and which ones don't. But that night I didn't have a choice. The caffeine buzz had worn off and my eyelids felt like lead, so I pulled into the nearest rest stop. I should have kept driving. The place was practically deserted. Just a couple of beat-up cars parked under the dim fluorescent lights, their drivers probably dozing in the front seats. The restroom building sat at the far end of the lot, the light above the entrance buzzing and flickering like it might give out at any second. The air was cooler than I'd expected, with a chill that cut through my jacket as I stepped out of the car. I made my way toward the restroom, my footsteps echoing across the pavement, the hum of the highway fading into the background. It was too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're trespassing even though there's no one else around. I quickened my pace, feeling that irrational urge to get inside, to have walls around me. The restroom was just as grim as I'd expected. Grimy tiles, a cracked mirror above the sink, and a flickering light that cast strange shadows across the walls. But I was too tired to care. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to wash away the fatigue. As I stood there, staring at my own reflection, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The door to one of the stalls at the far end of the room was swinging open, just a little, back and forth, like it had been left ajar. I could see the edge of the door moving in the flickering light, but the shadows inside the stall were too deep to make out anything else. I frowned, turning off the faucet, the drip-drip of water suddenly deafening in the quiet. For a moment I thought I heard something, a faint rustling like fabric brushing against the tile. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud, too small against the tile walls. No answer. The door kept swinging, creaking softly with each movement. I told myself it was probably just a draft, that the building was old and worn down, but my feet stayed rooted to the spot, unease prickling at the back of my neck. After a few more seconds, I shook my head, telling myself I was being ridiculous. I turned back to the sink, but just as I did, the restroom door behind me creaked open. The sound made my heart jump, and I spun around, expecting to see another traveler, someone who'd pulled in looking for a break from the road like I had. But there was no one there. The door slowly swung shut, the heavy metal clanging against the frame. I stood there, feeling a sudden tightness in my chest, my skin prickling with a cold sweat. Something was off about this place, and I couldn't put my finger on what. I grabbed a paper towel and dried my face, trying to shake off the unease. But as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror, movement, quick and shadowy, in the stall at the far end. I froze, my pulse hammering in my ears. For a second I thought I saw a figure, hunched and misshapen, but when I turned around, the stall door was still swinging, empty. I swallowed hard, suddenly desperate to get out of there, back to the relative safety of my car. I headed for the door, but just as I reached it, the lights above me flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a heartbeat before sputtering back to life. And in that brief moment, I could have sworn I saw a pair of eyes, dark and wide, staring out from the gap beneath the stall door. I shoved the restroom door open, stumbling back out into the cool night air, my heart racing. The parking lot felt too exposed, the shadows between the cars too deep. I glanced back at the restroom, half expecting to see someone watching me from the doorway, but the entrance was empty, the light above it still buzzing and flickering. I hurried back to my car, the gravel crunching under my boots, and yanked open the driver's side door. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the keys, the feeling of those eyes still burning into the back of my mind. I was about to start the engine when I heard it, soft and faint like it was drifting on the breeze, a whisper echoing across the lot. "Hey, you dropped something." I froze, my hand hovering over the ignition, straining to listen. The voice sounded thin, distant, but there was something off about it, like it wasn't coming from any direction in particular. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing behind the car, but the lot was empty, just rows of empty spaces and a few other cars sitting under the dim lights. I forced myself to look over my shoulder, expecting to see the stall door open wide, or worse, someone standing right behind me. But there was nothing, just the wind rustling through the trees at the edge of the lot. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself I was letting my imagination get the better of me, but the sound came out thin and hollow. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life, and wasted no time pulling out of the lot. My headlights sliced through the darkness as I sped back onto the highway, but that feeling of unease stayed with me, clinging to my thoughts like a shadow. About a mile down the road, my nerves started to settle. I turned on the radio, letting the familiar hum of static fill the silence. I was just starting to convince myself that it had all been in my head, that the late hour and the long drive were playing tricks on me, when I noticed something strange in the passenger seat. A piece of paper, folded neatly, sitting on top of the bag I'd left there. My stomach twisted, and I reached out with trembling fingers, unfolding it slowly. The handwriting was messy, scrawled in dark, uneven letters. "You dropped this." I nearly swerved off the road, my heart pounding in my chest. I'd been alone in that rest stop. I was sure of it. No one had been close enough to leave something in my car. I tossed the note onto the floor, trying to focus on the road, but my hands were slick with sweat, and I couldn't stop glancing at the empty seat beside me. The miles slipped by, the dark stretch of desert rolling out in front of me, but the sense that I wasn't alone wouldn't leave. Every time my headlights swept over a curve, I thought I saw a shadow moving just at the edge of the beam, something keeping pace with the truck, slipping in and out of the darkness. I finally pulled into a truck stop just outside the city, my hands still shaking as I parked under the bright lights. I stayed there for a long time, staring out at the empty lot, waiting for that feeling of being watched to fade. It never did. Eventually, I drove the rest of the way home, the note still crumpled on the passenger side floor. I kept the radio off, listening for anything that might hint at a presence in the car with me. But the silence was absolute, pressing in from all sides. I never told anyone what happened that night. Part of me knows they'd just laugh it off, tell me it was all in my head, that long drives do that to a person. But every time I pass by a rest stop at night, I think about those eyes in the mirror and that whisper that seemed to drift out of nowhere. And I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, on some forgotten stretch of highway, something is still waiting, still looking for the next person who's too tired to keep driving, who makes the mistake of pulling off the road. And if I listen closely enough, sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear that faint voice again, carried on the wind. "Hey, you dropped something." There's something unsettling about driving alone through the back roads late at night, when the trees on either side of the road seem to close in, and the only light comes from your high beams cutting through the dark. I've always liked the quiet of those stretches, the sense of being the only person in the world for a while. But there are some places where the quiet doesn't feel right, where the shadows seem to move just a little too much, and the air grows thick with a kind of tension that makes your skin crawl. That's how it felt the night I stumbled on that old motel, the one that never should have been there. I'd been driving for hours, the interstate nothing but a distant memory as I took a shortcut through a series of winding country roads. My GPS had lost signal about 30 minutes back, but I wasn't too worried. I knew the general direction, and I figured I'd hit the main highway eventually. But as the clock ticked past 2 a.m., fatigue started to weigh on me. My eyes felt gritty, my thoughts sluggish, and the idea of pulling over for a few hours of rest was sounding more and more appealing. That's when I saw it, a faint neon glow piercing through the trees up ahead, flashing the word motel in gaudy pink and blue. I couldn't remember seeing it on the map, but I didn't question it. It was a stroke of luck, I thought, and I pulled into the gravel parking lot, my tires crunching over the loose stones. The place looked like it hadn't seen a renovation in decades. The paint on the sign was peeling, the no vacancy light flickering even though the lot was empty. The building itself was a single-story stretch of rooms, their doors facing the parking lot, each one painted a different color that had long since faded. A few of the windows had broken blinds, and I could hear the hum of a soda machine somewhere near the office, but at that point, I was too tired to care about aesthetics. All I wanted was a bed and a few hours of shut-eye. I parked the car and headed to the front office, a tiny room with a flickering fluorescent light and a bell on the counter. The place smelled like old carpet and stale smoke. I rang the bell, and after a moment, a man shuffled out from the back room. He was older, with a thin frame and sunken eyes that seemed to stare through me. His name tag read, Carl. "Need a room?" he asked, his voice raspy like he hadn't spoken to anyone in a while. I nodded, forcing a tired smile. He didn't ask for my ID, just slid a key across the counter, attached to one of those old-fashioned plastic fobs with the room number on it, 7. I handed over some cash, not bothering to ask for change, and he gave me a look that lingered just a little too long before shuffling back into the shadows of the office. I found room 7 about halfway down the row. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the hinges protesting loudly, and I had to shove it with my shoulder to get it to budge. Inside, the room was exactly what you'd expect. Cheap floral bedspread, a nightstand with a sticky lamp, and an old TV with a cracked screen. The carpet was stained, and the air was heavy with the scent of mildew. I shut the door behind me and tossed my bag onto the bed, sinking down onto the worn mattress with a sigh. I didn't bother with the light, just kicked off my boots and lay back, letting the darkness settle in around me. It wasn't comfortable, but I figured it would do for a few hours. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I heard it. A faint tapping, coming from the wall behind me. I froze, my eyes snapping open, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. It was rhythmic, steady, like someone was knocking softly just a few feet away. I turned my head toward the wall, half expecting to hear voices or laughter, like someone was playing a prank. But there was nothing, just the tapping, insistent and measured like a heartbeat echoing through the thin walls. I sat up, listening closely, and it seemed to move, shifting along the length of the wall, growing closer, then fading again. My pulse quickened, and I found myself reaching for the bedside lamp, flicking it on. The bulb flickered a few times before casting a sickly yellow glow across the room. The tapping stopped, replaced by a thick silence that pressed down on me, making the air feel heavy. I stared at the wall, half expecting to see something, but it was just an old, stained surface, the kind you find in every rundown motel across the country. I laughed to myself, trying to shake off the unease, convincing myself that it was just the pipes or maybe a rat scurrying in the walls. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I shouldn't be there. I lay back down, but the moment I switched off the light, the tapping started up again. This time louder, more insistent. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and I sat up again, heart pounding in my chest. I glanced at the door, considering just packing up and leaving, but exhaustion held me back. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that it was nothing, and tried to ignore it. But then I heard a voice. A faint whisper, barely more than a breath, slipping through the cracks around the window. It was too low to make out any words, but the tone was unmistakable. Pleading, desperate. My skin prickled, and I shot up, moving toward the window, which was covered by thin, yellowed curtains. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the fabric, and then, in a rush of bravado, I yanked them open. The parking lot outside was empty, lit by the buzzing neon sign, the light casting strange shadows across the gravel. But just as I was about to let the curtain fall, I saw it. Something moving at the edge of the lot, where the darkness swallowed up the glow. It was a figure, small and hunched, pacing back and forth along the tree line. The shadows clung to it, obscuring its features, but I could see the way its head jerked back and forth, like it was searching for something. My mouth went dry and I took a step back, letting the curtain fall shut. The tapping grew louder, almost frantic, and now I could hear the voice more clearly. A single word repeated over and over. Please, please. I stumbled back to the bed, grabbing my bag with shaking hands. I didn't care how tired I was anymore. I needed to get out of that room, away from whatever was out there. But just as I reached the door, the knob began to rattle, the sound sharp in the silence. Someone or something was trying to open it from the outside. I held my breath, backing away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door as it shuddered against the frame. The voice outside grew louder, more urgent, and I could hear it now, the words slipping through the crack beneath the door. Let me in. Please let me in. I scrambled for the window, throwing it open, and clambered out onto the gravel, my heart racing. As I dropped down, the night air hit me like a shock, cold and damp, but I didn't stop. I ran for the car, my feet slipping on the loose stones, and practically threw myself into the driver's seat. As I fumbled with the keys, I risked a glance back at the motel and my breath caught in my throat. The door to room 7 was wide open, swinging slowly on its hinges, but there was no one inside. Just shadows stretching across the worn carpet, pooling in the corners like something alive. The engine roared to life and I tore out of the lot, gravel spraying up behind me. I didn't look back, not even when I thought I saw movement in the rearview mirror, something pale and thin slipping between the rows of rooms. I drove until the neon lights faded into the distance, until the highway swallowed up the night. It wasn't until I reached the next town that I finally stopped, my hands shaking as I pulled into a diner parking lot. I told myself I'd just had a bad night, that the motel had been empty, that the noises had been my imagination. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the door of room 7 hanging open, with a shadow shifting just inside. And sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night, I still hear that voice, soft and desperate, whispering through the dark. Let me in. Please let me in. I always thought I'd grown out of being scared on the highway at night. After years of late-night drives, you learn to tune out the empty stretches of road, the shadows that flicker in your headlights, the sense that the world around you has fallen away, leaving only the hum of your engine. But then came that night, the one where I picked up the hitchhiker, a kid, standing alone in the dark, hand raised by the side of the road. And I still don't know why I stopped. It was just past midnight, and I was somewhere on a back road that cut through miles of thick forest, the kind where cell service is a distant memory. I'd been driving for hours, pushing through the fatigue when I spotted him. Just a dark silhouette at first, illuminated by the beams of my truck as they swept across the shoulder. He looked like he couldn't have been more than 18 or 19, wearing an oversized jacket that swallowed up his frame. He stood there, one arm outstretched, thumb up, his face partially hidden beneath the hood. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers, especially not at that hour in the middle of nowhere. But something about the way he stood there all alone made me hesitate. He looked like he was freezing, his shoulders hunched against the cold, and for a moment I saw myself at that age, lost, trying to make sense of the world, hoping for a little kindness. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself pulling over, the crunch of gravel under my tires. He walked over, moving stiffly, like every step pained him. As he reached the window, he lowered his hood, revealing a pale, thin face with hollow eyes that seemed too old for someone so young. I forced a smile, trying to ignore the unease that had crept into my chest. "Where you headed?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. He hesitated for a moment, then gave a small, almost shy smile. "Anywhere down the road," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I just need a ride." It wasn't much to go on, but I nodded and unlocked the door. He climbed in, and the cab suddenly felt smaller, the air colder. He clutched a worn backpack against his chest, his fingers digging into the frayed straps, and he barely met my gaze as he settled into the seat. We drove in silence for a while, the headlights carving out a narrow path through the darkness. I tried to make small talk, but his answers were short, clipped, like he didn't want to give anything away. When I asked where he'd come from, he just shrugged, saying, "Doesn't matter." When I asked where he was going, he stared out the window and mumbled, "Just away." The unease in my chest grew with each mile, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe he'd had a rough time. Maybe he'd just had one of those nights where you needed to keep moving, needed to get as far away as possible. I understood that. But as the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about him was off. Like the way he kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting to see something there. Or the way he tensed up every time the headlights revealed another curve in the road. After about 20 minutes, the silence between us grew unbearable, so I tried again. "You from around here?" He didn't answer right away, just kept staring out into the night. Then finally he turned to me, his face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. "You ever see something you couldn't explain?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. I felt a chill run through me and I forced a laugh, trying to keep the mood light. "I've seen a lot of strange things out on these roads." Comes with the territory. But he didn't smile. He just nodded, like he'd expected that answer, then looked back out the window. Sometimes, there's things out here. Things that don't like to be seen. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just kept my eyes on the road, my grip tightening on the wheel. Part of me wanted to pull over, to tell him to get out, but another part, the part that was too curious for its own good, kept me driving. Maybe he was just tired or had spent too much time alone in the dark. We continued on like that for another few miles, the air between us thick with unspoken words. But then I noticed something in the side mirror, a shadow that didn't belong. It was faint, barely visible in the darkness, but it looked like another figure, running alongside the truck, keeping pace with us. My heart skipped a beat, and I pressed down on the gas, the engine roaring as the truck surged forward. "What is that?" I muttered more to myself than to him, but the hitchhiker stiffened beside me, his knuckles going white as he gripped the edge of the seat. "You saw it, didn't you?" he whispered, his voice trembling now. "It's been following me since I left." I glanced over at him, my mouth dry, trying to make sense of his words. But then in the rearview mirror, I saw the shadow again, closer this time, almost pressed against the back of the truck, its shape impossible to make out, like a smear of darkness against the night. "Pull over," he said suddenly, his voice urgent. "You have to let me out. Now." I shook my head, adrenaline coursing through me. "I'm not leaving you out here in the middle of nowhere. What the hell is going on?" But he just shook his head, his eyes wide and wild. "It's not after you, it's after me. And if I stay in this truck, it's going to come for both of us. Please, just stop." Something in his voice broke through my fear, and I found myself pulling over, the truck skidding to a halt on the shoulder. He fumbled with the door, scrambling out into the darkness, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I watched as he staggered a few steps away, clutching his backpack, glancing over his shoulder like he was expecting something to appear out of the shadows. Then, just as I was about to call out to him, the air seemed to change. It grew colder, thicker, pressing down against my chest, and the darkness beyond the headlights seemed to ripple, like something was moving through it. For a moment I thought I saw a shape, a tall, slender figure, its limbs twisted in unnatural angles, its face a pale blur. It hovered just at the edge of the light, its eyes fixed on the hitchhiker. He froze, his whole body going rigid, and then he turned back to me, his face pale and drawn. "Drive," he said, his voice breaking. "Just go. Don't look back." I didn't need to be told twice. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, and I floored the gas, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped back onto the road. In the side mirror, I saw him one last time, standing there in the beam of the headlights, his figure shrinking as the distance grew. And then, in a blur of motion, the shadow swallowed him up, and he was gone. I kept driving, pushing the truck faster than I'd ever dared before, the road a blur beneath me. I didn't stop until I saw the lights of a gas station up ahead, the sign flickering like a beacon in the dark. I pulled in, my hands shaking as I climbed out of the truck, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The clerk behind the counter gave me a strange look when I stumbled inside, probably thinking I was just another road-weary traveler. I didn't bother explaining. I just grabbed a coffee, paid with a crumpled bill, and got back on the road, driving straight through until morning. I never saw the hitchhiker again, and I never found out what happened to him, or what that shadow was that followed us through the night. But every now and then, when I'm driving those lonely back roads, I catch myself glancing in the side mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing there, just out of reach. And I can still hear his voice, echoing through the dark. "Drive, don't look back." I've driven through deserts at night more times than I can count. There's a kind of peace in it, the way the vast emptiness stretches out on either side of you, the stars above so bright they almost seem close enough to touch. But there's also something unsettling about it, the way the darkness seems to press in, hiding things just beyond the reach of your headlights. I never thought I'd have a reason to be afraid of those empty stretches, but that was before I saw those lights. It happened on a drive between Phoenix and Las Vegas, on one of those long, unmarked roads that hardly see any traffic after sunset. I'd been hauling a trailer full of building supplies, hoping to make good time through the desert before the heat hit in the morning. The night was clear and the road was smooth, just me and the hum of the engine. The first few hours passed without incident, the landscape slipping by like a shadowy ocean. But then, a little past midnight, I saw them. Two faint, flickering lights in the distance hovering low above the ground. At first, I thought they were just taillights from another vehicle up ahead, maybe someone driving with their hazards on. But as I got closer, I realized they were moving strangely, weaving back and forth across the road, too high to be coming from another car. I frowned, leaning forward over the wheel, trying to make out what I was seeing. The lights glowed a dim, unnatural blue, like old neon, and they seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I slowed the truck, my curiosity getting the better of me, and the lights drifted to the side of the road, hovering over the desert floor. I pulled over, turning off the engine, letting the silence of the desert wash over me. The lights floated about 50 yards off the road, their glow casting faint shadows across the scrubby landscape. They swayed gently like they were caught in a breeze I couldn't feel, moving in a pattern that was almost rhythmic. I rolled down the window, leaning out, trying to hear if there was any sound to go along with them. But the desert was deathly still, and the only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine. I reached for my phone, thinking I'd snap a picture, but as soon as I pulled it out, the lights blinked off, disappearing as if they'd never been there. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I looked again, they were back, closer this time, just on the other side of the road. They hovered above the ground, barely a foot or two off the surface, moving in that same slow, swaying rhythm. A chill ran through me, but I couldn't seem to tear my gaze away. It was like they were beckoning, calling me out into the darkness. Against my better judgment, I opened the door and stepped out onto the gravel, my boots crunching against the dirt. The air was colder than it had any right to be, a sharp contrast to the heat I'd been driving through just an hour before. I took a few steps closer, my breath fogging in front of me, and the lights seemed to react, drifting back slightly, like they were leading me somewhere. I knew I should have gotten back in the truck, turned around, and left those lights behind. But something about them pulled at me, an unexplainable sense that if I just got a little closer, I'd understand what they were. So I kept walking, my footsteps crunching in the stillness, the lights always just a few yards ahead. After about a minute, I reached a small dip in the landscape, a dry wash cutting through the desert floor. The lights hovered over the edge, casting a strange, shimmering reflection across the dry riverbed. I hesitated, suddenly aware of how far I'd wandered from the road, from the safety of my truck. But then the lights dipped down, descending into the wash, and I felt a strange, irrational urge to follow. I slid down the embankment, stumbling as loose gravel gave way beneath my feet. As I reached the bottom, the air grew even colder, and I felt a pressure building in my ears, like I was standing at the edge of a great depth. The lights floated just ahead, casting long shadows that twisted and shifted across the walls of the wash. But then they stopped, abruptly, hanging in the air just a few feet above the dry riverbed. I took a step closer, squinting against their glow, and realized there was something beneath them. At first, it looked like just another shadow, but as I drew nearer, I saw that it was a shape, a small, crumpled figure lying in the dirt. My heart lurched, and I broke into a run, sliding to my knees beside the figure. It was a person, a man, dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His clothes were covered in dust, and his skin was pale, as if he'd been out here for a long time. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before touching his shoulder. "Hey, you okay?" I called, my voice sounding thin and uncertain in the quiet. But as soon as my fingers brushed against him, the lights blinked out, plunging the wash into darkness. The air seemed to collapse around me, and I felt a pressure settle over my chest, heavy and suffocating. I scrambled for my flashlight, my hands shaking, and clicked it on, sweeping the beam across the riverbed. The figure was gone. I stumbled back, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The flashlight beam caught nothing but dirt and rocks, the walls of the wash stretching up into the night. There was no sign of the man, no sign that anyone had ever been there. My breathing grew ragged, panic clawing at the edges of my mind. I turned back the way I'd come, clambering up the embankment, slipping on loose stones in my rush to get back to the road. When I reached the top, I scanned the darkness, half expecting the lights to be there, waiting for me. But the desert was empty, the road stretching out in both directions, bathed in the faint glow of starlight. My truck sat where I'd left it, the driver's side door still hanging open, the cab light casting a small pool of yellow on the gravel. I sprinted back to the truck, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for the keys. The engine roared to life, and I spun the wheel, turning back onto the highway, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I didn't stop driving until the first hints of dawn touched the horizon, bathing the desert in a pale gray light. By then the fear had settled into a dull ache, a lingering sense of something unfinished. I pulled over at a small diner, desperate for coffee, for something that felt real. Inside, the place was nearly empty, just a few truckers hunched over their breakfasts. I ordered a coffee, trying to steady my shaking hands, and eventually I found myself telling the waitress about the lights, about the figure I'd seen in the wash. She listened without interrupting, her face impassive. When I finished, she just shook her head. "You're not the first, you know," she said, pouring me another cup. "People see things out there sometimes. Lights, shadows, ghosts maybe. Most of them don't come back looking for answers." I left the diner soon after, her words echoing in my mind. I don't know what I saw that night or what happened to the man in the wash, but sometimes, when I'm driving those lonely stretches of highway, I catch a glimpse of that flickering blue light in my mirrors, always hovering just at the edge of sight. And every time I fight the urge to follow it, to find out where it leads, even though I know better. Because out there, in the emptiness of the desert, some things are meant to stay in the dark, and some questions are better left unanswered. There's a strange kind of peace in being the only person awake on a cruise ship in the dead of night. When everyone else is asleep, the ship is like a ghost town. Empty corridors, the soft creak of the hull, and the low hum of engines vibrating through the deck. I'd always been a bit of a night owl, and on this trip, I found myself wandering the ship long after the bars had closed, finding solace in the solitude. But one night, that solitude felt different, more like I wasn't alone at all. It started around 2 in the morning. I was up on one of the observation decks, staring out over the dark, endless ocean. The moon was hidden behind clouds, turning the sea into a rolling black void, and the lights of the ship barely cut through the mist that clung to the waves. The deck was empty, just as it had been every night before. No one out in the cold, salty air except for me. But that night, I felt something change, like a shift in the atmosphere. At first it was just a sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from somewhere below. It was subtle, like someone gently knocking on a door, but it echoed strangely through the quiet. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the ship settling or maybe one of the crew moving cargo. But the tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, until it seemed to thrum through the metal beneath my feet. I leaned over the railing, peering down toward the lower decks where the noise seemed to be coming from. But all I could see was the dark shadow of the ship's hull against the water, the mist swirling around it. The sound took on a strange rhythm, almost like a pattern, and it sent a shiver up my spine. I turned back toward the entrance to the interior corridors, figuring I'd head back to my cabin and try to sleep off the unease that had settled in my chest. But as I stepped inside, I noticed something odd. The lights in the hallway, which were always dimmed at this hour, were flickering. Not the usual gentle buzz of a bad bulb, but a stuttering, pulsing light that made the shadows jump and twist across the walls. I hesitated, glancing back at the empty deck behind me, half expecting to see someone standing there. But the deck was empty, just the night and the distant wash of waves. I shook my head, laughing softly at my own nerves, and started down the corridor. But with each step, the flickering lights seemed to grow worse, like they were reacting to my presence. About halfway to my cabin, the hallway turned a corner, and that's when I saw her. A figure standing at the far end, barely visible in the flickering glow. She was facing away from me, her long hair hanging down her back, her shoulders hunched like she was listening for something. Her dress, some old-fashioned style, a pale color that seemed to shift in the unsteady light, clung to her frame, and she swayed slightly, as if moved by a breeze that I couldn't feel. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. For a moment I thought she might be another passenger, someone who couldn't sleep like me. But the longer I watched her, the more I realized something was wrong. She didn't move, didn't turn around or react to the sound of my footsteps. She just stood there, swaying gently, her back to me, like she was listening to something far away. "Hey, you okay?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. She didn't respond. The flickering lights cast strange shadows across her form, making it seem like she was fading in and out of focus like a projection struggling to stay solid. My unease deepened, turning into a cold knot in my stomach. But I forced myself to take a step forward. As I got closer, the tapping sound I'd heard outside returned, louder now, echoing through the corridor. It seemed to come from all around me, bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint its source. And then, as I reached the end of the hallway, the figure finally moved. She turned slowly, so slowly that it felt like time itself had slowed down, her movements fluid but wrong, like a marionette on tangled strings. Her face remained hidden beneath a veil of dark hair, but I could see her lips moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. My heart pounded in my chest, and every instinct screamed at me to turn around to get out of there. But I was frozen, my feet glued to the floor. She took a step toward me, her bare feet silent on the carpet, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own legs. As she moved closer, the air seemed to grow colder, the lights flickering more wildly, casting her shadow across the walls like a dark stain. The tapping grew faster, more frantic, like whatever was making the sound was right behind me, pressing closer. I finally found the strength to move, turning and sprinting back down the hallway, the echo of my footsteps mingling with the tapping. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept running, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts, my mind racing with 1,000 questions I couldn't answer. The corridor seemed longer than it had before, stretching out in front of me, the lights flickering faster and faster. When I finally reached my cabin, I fumbled with the keycard, my hands shaking so badly that it took 3 tries before the lock beeped open. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut behind me, and pressed my back against it, gasping for breath. For a long moment, I just stood there, listening to the silence that had settled back over the ship, trying to convince myself that it had all been in my head. But as I turned to lock the door, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the floor just inside the entrance, was a small, wet footprint, like someone had stepped out of the ocean and walked straight into my room. It was too small to be mine, the shape delicate, like that of a woman's foot. My pulse quickened and I backed away, glancing around the room. But there was no one there, just my bag, my clothes, everything exactly where I'd left it. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the door, waiting for some sound, some hint that she might be just outside. But the hours dragged by in silence, and when the first light of dawn filtered through the small porthole, I finally allowed myself to breathe again. The next morning, I tried to ask one of the crew about what I'd seen, but they just shrugged it off. "Old ships make strange noises," the bartender told me, cleaning a glass with a practiced hand. "And you wouldn't be the first to see things that aren't there. The sea has a way of playing tricks on your mind." I nodded, forcing a laugh, but his words didn't comfort me, because I knew what I'd seen. I knew that the tapping had been real, that the figure in the hallway hadn't been a trick of the light, and I knew that whoever she was, she hadn't wanted me there. I spent the rest of the trip avoiding the lower decks, sticking to the crowded areas where I could hear the chatter of other passengers, the clinking of glasses, the hum of the engines. But every time I passed a hallway or glanced out at the empty sea, I found myself looking for her, expecting to see that figure standing in the shadows, waiting for me. I disembarked as soon as we reached port, eager to put as much distance between myself and that ship as possible. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the memory of those wet footprints, the cold air pressing in around me. Sometimes when I lie awake at night, I think I hear that faint, rhythmic tapping, like something calling out from the deep. And every now and then, I catch myself glancing toward the shadows in the hallway, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting for me to follow. There's a kind of isolation you feel out in the deep woods that's different from anywhere else. It's not the same as being alone in your apartment or even standing on an empty beach at night. In the woods, surrounded by miles of trees and the hum of insects, you start to feel like the rest of the world has slipped away, like you've crossed into another realm entirely. That's why I liked camping out there. At least, that's what I used to think. Until the night I found the old radio. I'd hiked out to a spot that wasn't on any map, far from the trails most people used. The trees there were ancient, their trunks wide and twisted, and the ground was covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves. It was the kind of place where cell service was non-existent, where even the wildlife seemed to keep its distance. The first day went like any other solo trip. I set up camp near a small clearing, pitched my tent, and built a fire. As the sun set, I watched the sky turn from orange to purple to black, the stars popping out one by one. I cooked dinner over the flames, the crackling of the wood the only sound in the night. It was peaceful, just the way I liked it. But after I finished eating, as I was sitting by the dying embers of the fire, I heard something strange, a faint crackle, like the static of a radio, drifting through the trees. I frowned, turning my head to listen, thinking it might be a trick of the wind. But there it was again, clearer this time. Soft bursts of static followed by a low, distant voice. I stood up, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight, but saw nothing. I hadn't seen another person all day, and this far out, the chances of anyone having a radio were slim. But the sound kept coming, rhythmic and persistent, like someone was trying to tune in to a distant station. Curiosity got the better of me, and I grabbed my flashlight, shining it into the woods. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only trees and underbrush, but the sound was there, somewhere deeper in the forest. I thought about ignoring it, going back to the fire, but something about that static-filled voice tugged at me, like it was calling my name. So I pocketed my flashlight and followed the sound, my breath puffing out in little clouds in the cool night air. The deeper I went into the woods, the stronger the static grew, the voice behind it becoming more distinct. It was low and garbled, like it was coming from a long way off, but I could make out the faint rhythm of words. They didn't make sense, just a jumble of syllables. But there was something strangely melodic about it, like a song playing just out of reach. After about 10 minutes of walking, I found the source. Tucked between two massive oak trees was an old radio, its metal casing rusted and its dials caked with dirt. It looked like it had been there for years, long enough for the roots of one tree to start growing around it, but the speaker crackled softly, still somehow working. I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who would leave a radio out here in the middle of nowhere? And how was it still running? I reached out, hesitating for a moment before brushing the dust off one of the dials. As soon as my fingers touched it, the static flared, and the voice behind it grew louder. It wasn't speaking English, at least not any English I'd ever heard, but there was a tone to it, a rhythm that felt almost familiar, like someone talking just on the edge of understanding. I fiddled with the dials, trying to tune it to a clearer signal, but as soon as I did, the voice cut out completely, replaced by a new sound, a low hum, almost like a sigh. It reverberated through the air, vibrating the leaves around me, and for a moment I thought I felt the ground beneath my feet shift, like the earth was breathing. I let go of the radio, stumbling back, my heart pounding in my chest. The air around me felt thicker, the darkness deeper, pressing in on all sides. I told myself I'd been out here too long, that I was just imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, just beyond the edge of the flashlight's beam. I turned and made my way back toward camp, but as I walked, the woods seemed different. The trees loomed taller, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes, blocking out what little light the stars offered. The path I'd taken on the way in seemed to shift beneath my feet, the underbrush thicker than before, snagging at my boots. And that low hum, it followed me, just below the edge of hearing, like the radio was still whispering through the trees. By the time I made it back to camp, my hands were shaking and the fire had nearly died. I added more wood, my movements clumsy, trying to bring back the warmth and light. But it felt like the darkness had already settled in, like it was wrapped around the edges of the clearing, watching. I sat by the fire, listening to the woods, but the static was gone, replaced by that low, rhythmic hum. It seemed to seep up from the earth itself, vibrating through the soles of my boots. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something standing just beyond the glow of the flames. But the woods remained empty, the shadows thick and unmoving. Eventually I crawled into my tent, but sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that radio nestled between the roots, the static crackling through the air. And the hum, it never stopped, just kept droning on, like a heartbeat pulsing through the earth. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, when the fire had burned down to embers, I thought I heard it again. The voice, faint and garbled, drifting through the tent walls. It sounded closer this time, clearer, like it was speaking just outside the tent flap. My breath hitched and I reached for the zipper, pulling it open just enough to peer out. The clearing was empty, the fire reduced to a faint glow. But there, right where the radio had been, stood a figure. It was too far to make out any details, just a dark silhouette against the trees, but I could see the way it swayed slightly, moving in time with that unending hum. My mouth went dry, and I clutched the edge of the tent flap, too scared to move, too scared to make a sound. I don't know how long I stayed like that, watching that shadow shift in the darkness. But eventually the hum began to fade, growing softer until it melted into the rustling of leaves. The figure seemed to dissolve with it, fading back into the trees, leaving me alone with the silence. When the sun finally rose, I packed up camp as fast as I could, my hands shaking as I stuffed everything into my pack. I hiked back to my car without looking back, every snapping twig and rustling leaf sending a fresh jolt of fear through me. When I finally reached the trailhead, I threw my gear into the trunk and peeled out of there, desperate to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. I've tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, that maybe the isolation had gotten to me, or that I'd stumbled across some old shortwave radio left behind by another camper. But even now, months later, I can't forget the feeling of that hum vibrating through my bones, or the shadow standing just beyond the firelight. And sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I think I hear it again, that low, distant static, calling out from somewhere deep in the woods. And I know, no matter how far I go, that the radio is still out there, waiting between those ancient trees, broadcasting its message to anyone who's foolish enough to listen. You'd think I'd be used to the emptiness of night drives by now. There's a kind of rhythm to them, the long stretches of road, the hum of the tires on asphalt, the way the shadows stretch out under your headlights. But on some nights, that emptiness feels different, like the darkness is thicker than usual, hiding things just out of sight. That's how it felt the night I found the old diner, the one that shouldn't have been there. I'd been driving for hours, trying to make my way through a winding back road to avoid construction on the highway. It was one of those nights where the sky was pitch black, with not even a sliver of moonlight to break up the shadows. I kept the radio on for company, but it mostly crackled with static, fading in and out as I lost signal. When the gas gauge dipped below a quarter tank, I started to get that uneasy feeling you get when you realize you might have misjudged the distance between towns. That's when I saw it, flickering neon lights up ahead, just around a bend in the road. They spelled out the word diner in big blocky letters glowing a sickly yellow. I blinked, almost thinking I'd imagined it, but as I drove closer, the outline of the building took shape. A squat, old-fashioned diner with a row of parked cars out front, all of them covered in a thin layer of dust. It was the kind of place you'd expect to see in an old movie, not out in the middle of nowhere in the year 2024. I figured I must have missed a turn somewhere, stumbled onto an old highway that wasn't on my map. But the rumble of my stomach and the promise of a break from the road won out over my curiosity. I pulled into the gravel lot, parked beside an old Chevy, and climbed out, stretching my legs. The air was cool, and the neon buzzed softly, the sound almost comforting against the silence of the night. Inside, the diner looked like a time capsule from the 1960s, red vinyl booths, a long counter with chrome stools, and a jukebox humming quietly in the corner. A couple of ceiling fans turned lazily above, and the faint smell of grease and coffee lingered in the air. There were a few people scattered throughout the booths, older folks mostly, their faces cast in the dim glow of the neon lights filtering through the windows. Behind the counter stood a waitress wearing one of those classic uniforms with a frilly apron, her hair done up in tight curls. She gave me a tired smile as I took a seat at the counter, sliding a laminated menu my way. "What can I get you, hun?" she asked, her voice carrying a slight drawl. "Just coffee, thanks," I said, scanning the menu out of habit. It was filled with diner staples, burgers, fries, milkshakes, and pies, but the edges of the paper were yellowed with age, like it hadn't been replaced in years. I glanced around, trying to get a better look at the other patrons, but their faces were turned down toward their plates, shadows obscuring their features. The waitress poured me a steaming cup of coffee, the dark liquid swirling as she set it down in front of me. I wrapped my hands around the mug, grateful for the warmth. But as I took a sip, I noticed something strange. There was no sound, no clatter of dishes, no hum of conversation, just the low murmur of the jukebox playing some old, unfamiliar tune. "So, been here long?" I asked, trying to make conversation. The waitress just smiled that same tired smile and nodded, but she didn't offer any more than that. I shifted in my seat, taking another sip of the coffee, and glanced over my shoulder at the booth nearest to me. The man sitting there looked up, meeting my gaze for just a second before turning back to his plate. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, but there was something familiar about him, like I'd seen him somewhere before. A shiver ran through me and I turned back to the counter, suddenly eager to finish my coffee and get back on the road. As I drank, I noticed a framed newspaper clipping on the wall behind the counter, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local diner closes after 40 years of service." I leaned closer, trying to make out the date, but it was too faded to read clearly. A knot tightened in my stomach, and I looked back at the waitress, who was wiping down the counter with slow, deliberate movements. "Hey, I saw that article on the wall. When did this place close?" I asked, forcing a smile. She stopped wiping and glanced over at the clipping, then back at me, her expression unreadable. "Oh, that old thing? It's been here a long time. Some folks say the place never really closed, you know. Not for everyone." The way she said it sent a chill crawling up my spine, but I tried to laugh it off. "Yeah, I guess some places just keep on going, huh?" She didn't respond, just gave me that same tired smile and turned back to the coffee pot. I drained the last of my cup, the coffee bitter on my tongue, and pulled out a few bills to pay. As I slid them across the counter, I caught another glimpse of the man in the booth. He was watching me again, his hollow eyes fixed on mine, and for a second, I thought I saw his lips move, forming words I couldn't hear. I turned away quickly, grabbing my jacket and heading for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. As I pushed open the door, the bell above it jangled, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet. The night air hit me like a slap, cold and sharp, but I kept walking, eager to get back to my car. As I crossed the gravel lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air seemed thicker somehow, the shadows darker, stretching out from the corners of the lot. I glanced back at the diner, and my breath caught in my throat. The neon lights were flickering, but now the sign read closed in a harsh red glow. And through the windows, I could see that all the booths were empty, the inside of the diner dark except for the faint glow from the jukebox, still humming that same eerie tune. I ran the last few steps to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking as I jammed them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I pulled out of the lot, gravel spraying behind me as I sped back down the road. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the diner disappearing into the distance. But there was nothing, just an empty stretch of road, the neon glow and the flickering lights gone as if they'd never been there. I drove for miles, my pulse racing, my mind struggling to make sense of what had just happened. When I finally saw the glow of a gas station up ahead, I pulled in, desperate for some proof that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. Inside, I found a clerk reading a dog-eared magazine behind the counter, the bright fluorescent lights almost blinding after the darkness of the road. I bought a bottle of water and tried to ask him if he knew anything about the diner, but he just gave me a puzzled look. "There hasn't been a diner out there in years," he said, shaking his head. "Place closed down ages ago, back in the 70s. Burned down, if I remember right. You sure you didn't take a wrong turn?" I nodded mutely, too tired to argue, and stumbled back to my car, the bottle clutched in my hand. But as I sat there, staring out at the empty road, I couldn't forget the faces in the diner, the way the waitress had smiled at me, the way the man in the booth had looked like he was trying to say something. And every time I drive that stretch of road now, I keep my eyes peeled for that bend, for the flicker of neon lights that might lead me back to that diner. But no matter how many times I look, I never see it again. Just miles of empty road stretching out under the stars, as if the diner had vanished into the night. But sometimes, when I'm driving late at night, I think I hear it, that faint crackling tune playing just on the edge of hearing. And I wonder if somewhere out there in the darkness, the diner is still waiting, its doors open for anyone who takes a wrong turn on a lonely road. I've always thought that small towns are at their eeriest just before dawn. When the streets are empty, the lights in the windows are dark, and the mist rolls in, it feels like time has stopped, like the world is holding its breath. That's why I found myself driving through one of those little towns at 4:30 in the morning, trying to make my way back home after a long shift at the warehouse. It was supposed to be a quick shortcut, a detour off the highway to avoid construction. But what I found there wasn't supposed to be on any map. The town looked like it had been forgotten, a cluster of old brick buildings huddled against the dark sky. As I drove through, I noticed the sign, rusty and leaning, barely legible. "Welcome to Grady's Hollow." The paint was peeling, and a thick layer of moss had grown up the side, like even nature had tried to reclaim it. My headlights swept over closed shops, empty storefronts, and houses that looked like no one had lived in them for years. But there was a light up ahead, a faint glow spilling out from a small gas station at the edge of town. My gas gauge hovered dangerously close to empty, and the idea of running out of fuel in this place wasn't appealing. So I pulled in, the tires crunching over the gravel. The light from the station was dim, flickering like it was struggling to stay on. There was an old-style pump, the kind with a spinning dial and a small shack that served as the office. Through the dusty window, I could see shelves lined with old snacks and magazines, and a faint glow from behind the counter. I stepped out into the cold morning air, pulling my jacket tighter around myself as I approached the pump. A bell rang as I crossed under the awning, but the sound seemed muffled, swallowed by the fog that clung to the edges of the lot. I picked up the nozzle, but the pump was ancient, the kind that required you to pay inside before filling up. I sighed, glancing back at the road, half expecting to see headlights in the distance. But the town remained shrouded in mist, silent and still. I pushed open the door to the office, and a small bell chimed overhead. The inside smelled like old wood and engine oil, a scent that reminded me of my grandfather's garage. The place was cluttered, with dusty shelves and a counter covered in old receipts. Behind it, an old man sat hunched over, his face lined and weathered. He wore a flannel shirt that looked as ancient as the building, and he didn't seem to notice me at first. "Morning," I said, trying to sound friendly even though my nerves were prickling with unease. The old man looked up slowly, his eyes catching the light for just a second. There was something strange about them, too sharp, too bright for someone his age. He smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. "Mornin', son," he replied, his voice rough like gravel. "What brings you through Grady's Hollow at this hour?" I hesitated, glancing back out at the empty street. "Just passing through. Need to top off my tank." He nodded, reaching under the counter and pulling out an old cash register that clanked when he pressed the keys. "Not many folks come through here anymore," he said, his tone casual. But there was something off about the way he said it, like he was hinting at something I wasn't in on. "You must have taken a wrong turn." I forced a laugh, trying to hide my discomfort. "Yeah, I guess I did, but I'll be back on my way as soon as I fill up." The old man nodded again, but his smile lingered, like he knew something I didn't. He handed me a receipt, and I turned to head back outside, eager to get this over with. But as I reached the door, he called out after me, his voice low and serious. "Careful on the road, son. Things out here don't like strangers." I paused, my hand on the doorknob, and turned back to ask him what he meant. But when I glanced over my shoulder, he was looking down again, his hands busy with some task behind the counter, as if he hadn't spoken at all. I shook off the shiver that crawled up my spine and stepped back into the cold. I filled up the tank quickly, glancing around the misty lot, the sense of unease growing with each passing second. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows, something hidden just beyond the edges of the light. When I finished, I replaced the nozzle and hurried back into my car, eager to put distance between myself and the town. As I pulled back onto the road, the mist seemed to thicken, swallowing up the edges of the buildings until the town disappeared behind me. The old man's warning echoed in my mind, but I pushed it away, telling myself he was just trying to mess with me. The gas station faded into the rearview mirror, and I pressed the accelerator, the tires humming against the asphalt. But after a few minutes, the road started to look different. The trees on either side grew denser, their branches twisting together above the road, turning the sky into a tunnel of shadow. The air inside the car grew colder, my breath fogging up the windshield. And the mist. It seemed to take on a life of its own, swirling around the car, forming shapes that melted away as soon as I focused on them. I drove on, my hands gripping the wheel, my pulse quickening with every twist and turn. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but more trees, more mist. I tried to tell myself that the old man had been right, that I'd taken a wrong turn, but my GPS couldn't get a signal, and the road signs had stopped appearing miles back. Just when I was starting to panic, I saw something up ahead, a faint glow through the fog. Relief washed over me, and I thought maybe I'd found another town, another place where I could get my bearings. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. The light wasn't coming from a town, it was coming from the gas station. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop in the middle of the road. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the familiar neon sign, the dusty row of cars, the old-style pump standing in front of the office. It was the same station, the same place I'd just left, but that was impossible. I'd been driving straight for miles. I pulled into the lot again, my hands shaking as I put the car in park. The bell above the door chimed as I stepped back inside, and the smell of engine oil hit me like a slap. The old man was still behind the counter, his hands folded in front of him, like he'd been waiting for me. "I told you, son," he said, his voice even softer this time. "Things out here don't like strangers." I felt my mouth go dry, and I took a step back, trying to understand what was happening. How did I end up back here?" I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man's smile widened, and this time there was no friendliness in it, just a kind of weary amusement, like he'd seen this happen before. "Some roads don't let you leave," he said. "Not unless they want to." I backed out of the office, nearly tripping over the threshold, my mind racing. I climbed back into my car, slamming the door behind me, and twisted the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I spun the wheel, tearing out of the lot as fast as I could. But as I drove, the road seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and looping back on itself, the trees closing in tighter. And no matter how far I went, I always ended up back at that gas station, the old man watching me with those two bright eyes. I don't know how long I've been driving now. Hours, days. Time doesn't seem to work the same way out here. I keep trying. Keep hoping that I'll find a way out, but the mist never lifts, the trees never change, and the neon sign is always waiting for me just around the bend. And sometimes, late at night, when the fog is at its thickest, I think I see figures moving through the trees, shadows that whisper just on the edge of hearing. I can't understand the words, but I know they're calling me, waiting for me to give in. But I can't stop. I can't let them take me. So I keep driving, hoping that maybe, just maybe, the road will show me mercy and I'll find my way back to the world I left behind. You never realize how much the woods can change after dark until you find yourself lost in them. I'd been hiking all day, following a trail that wound through a dense forest. It was supposed to be a quick, easy trip, something to clear my head after a stressful week. But I'd underestimated how quickly the sun would set, and by the time I realized I'd wandered off the path, the last light of day had already bled from the sky. I should have turned back sooner, should have paid more attention to the twists and turns of the trail. But by the time the panic set in, it was too late. The forest was a maze of shadow and rustling leaves, each tree looking the same as the last. I fumbled with my phone, hoping to pull up a map or get a signal, but all I got was the no-service message that felt like a punch to the gut. My flashlight was my only comfort, cutting a thin beam through the darkness, but it seemed to shrink with every passing minute, as if the night was swallowing up the light. I tried to retrace my steps, but every direction seemed to lead deeper into the woods, and soon I couldn't even hear the faint sounds of the stream I'd been following. The forest felt different in the dark, more alive somehow, like it was listening to me. The trees creaked, their branches swaying in a wind I couldn't feel, and the underbrush whispered with the movement of unseen creatures. I kept walking, trying to convince myself that I'd find the trail again if I just kept going. But then, somewhere in the distance, I heard it, a low melodic hum, like someone singing a song with no words. I stopped in my tracks, holding my breath, straining to listen. It was faint, drifting through the trees like smoke, and it seemed to come from all around me, carried on the cool night air. My first thought was that it had to be another hiker, maybe someone camping out nearby. Relief washed over me and I called out, my voice sounding small against the vast darkness. "Hello? Is someone out there?" The hum stopped, replaced by a silence that was even heavier than before. I waited, my flashlight trembling in my grip, but no one answered. After a few seconds, the hum started again, softer this time, as if the singer was trying to lure me in. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn around, to head in the opposite direction. But the thought of spending the entire night lost in the woods, alone with nothing but the creeping shadows, was too much to bear. So against my better judgment, I turned toward the sound, hoping that it might lead me to a campsite, to a fire, to another person who could help me find my way out of this maze. I walked for what felt like an eternity, the trees closing in around me, their branches weaving a canopy that blocked out even the faintest hint of starlight. The hum grew louder, clearer, but it never seemed to come closer. It always hovered just beyond the reach of my flashlight, just out of sight, like a shadow that danced at the edges of the beam. And then, through the gaps between the trees, I saw a flicker of light, a warm, golden glow that cut through the darkness. My heart leapt with hope, and I quickened my pace, stumbling over roots and rocks in my haste. As I drew nearer, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing, bathed in the glow of a fire. But it wasn't a campsite. It was something else entirely. In the center of the clearing stood an old cabin, its wooden walls warped and weathered by time. The roof sagged, and the windows were covered in thick layers of grime, but inside, I could see the flicker of firelight, casting long shadows that swayed and shifted across the walls. And just beyond the cabin, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure. She was tall and thin, draped in a long, tattered dress that fluttered in the breeze, her face hidden beneath a veil of dark hair. She stood with her back to me, her head tilted slightly to the side, as if she was listening to something only she could hear. And from her lips came that same low, haunting hum, the melody twisting through the night like a secret. I froze at the edge of the clearing, my breath catching in my throat. Something about her felt wrong, unnatural, like she was a part of the forest itself, something old and forgotten that had been waiting in the shadows for far too long. But before I could turn back, she stopped humming and spoke, her voice a whisper that seemed to slip through the trees. "You've come a long way," she said, her voice soft but carrying through the night. "Lost, are you?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, I got off the trail. I'm just looking for a way out." She turned slowly, her movements graceful but wrong, like she was bending in ways a person shouldn't. Her face remained obscured, but I could see a hint of a smile beneath her hair. "Out?" she repeated, as if tasting the word. "There's no way out but through, you know. Through the trees, through the shadows. But you can stay here if you'd like. It's safer." Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from that clearing as possible. But my legs wouldn't move, my feet rooted to the spot like the trees around me. I glanced at the cabin, at the firelight dancing in the windows, and took a step back, my flashlight casting wild shadows across the ground. "I think I'll keep going," I said, trying to force a smile, but my voice shook, betraying my fear. "Thanks, though." She tilted her head further, as if studying me, and for a moment, the shadows around her seemed to writhe, like they were alive. "You don't have to be afraid," she whispered. "Not of me. It's the ones behind you that you should worry about." A cold shiver ran down my spine, and I spun around, shining my flashlight into the trees behind me. But there was nothing there, just darkness, stretching out into infinity. When I turned back, she was gone, and the cabin's fire had dimmed, the light inside barely more than a flicker. I stumbled back from the clearing, my heart hammering in my chest, and turned, breaking into a run. I crashed through the underbrush, branches clawing at my clothes, the hum still echoing in my ears, fading with each step. I didn't stop until my legs burned and my breath came in ragged gasps, the night pressing in from all sides. When I finally paused, I realized that the woods around me had changed. The trees were different, gnarled and twisted, their trunks marked with strange symbols like claw marks carved deep into the bark. And the air, it was colder than before, filled with a damp, earthy scent that seemed to seep into my lungs. I tried to find my bearings, to figure out where I'd come from, but everything looked the same, the forest stretching out in every direction. I pulled out my phone again, hoping against hope for a signal, but the screen just flickered, the battery draining even though it had been full only an hour ago. Panic clawed at my mind, and I stumbled forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark. I walked until my legs ached, until the first hints of dawn touched the horizon, turning the sky a dull gray blue. But I never found the trail, never saw the clearing or the cabin again. When I finally emerged from the woods, the parking lot was empty, my car sitting alone under the pale light of morning. I climbed inside, locking the doors, my hands shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, I glanced back at the trees, half expecting to see that figure standing among the shadows watching me leave. But the forest remained still, the morning light filtering through the leaves like nothing had ever happened. I drove for miles before I dared to stop, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. I don't hike anymore, not alone, and not in places I don't know. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind whistles through the trees outside my window, I think I hear that low hum drifting through the darkness, calling me back to the woods. And I wonder if that clearing is still out there, waiting for the next lost traveler who doesn't realize that some places are better left undiscovered. There's something unsettling about fog when you're out on the water at night. It creeps in slow, turning the world around you into a maze of shadows and faint outlines, where even familiar things become strange. That's how it felt the night I got lost in the bay on my small fishing boat. The fog rolling in so thick it swallowed the stars and turned the surface of the water into a mirror of darkness. I'd grown up on the coast and thought I knew every channel and inlet like the back of my hand. But that night, it was like the ocean had changed its mind about letting me find my way home. I'd been out fishing longer than I should have, chasing one last catch as the sun dipped below the horizon. By the time I realized how dark it had gotten, the fog was already creeping in, turning the shoreline into a distant blur. I told myself it was no big deal, that I'd just head back using the lights from the harbor as a guide. But as I motored toward where the harbor should have been, the fog thickened, swallowing up the world around me until I couldn't see more than a few feet beyond the bow. I slowed the engine, the water lapping gently against the sides of the boat, trying to keep my bearings. The air was damp and cold, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes every sound feel too close. I kept expecting to hear the distant hum of other boats or the faint echo of a foghorn, but there was nothing, just the steady thrum of my engine and the occasional splash of a wave against the hull. I turned off the motor, hoping to get a better sense of direction without the noise. As the engine died, the silence closed in around me, heavy and oppressive. I strained to hear anything that might guide me, waves against the shore, a buoy bell, something. But all I got was the soft creak of the boat and the whisper of the fog moving over the water. That's when I saw the light. It was faint, just a small, flickering glow in the distance like a lantern bobbing on the waves. Relief washed over me, and I assumed it was another boat, maybe a fisherman like me, out too late. I thought I could follow it back to the harbor or at least ask for directions if they were lost too. I pulled the engine cord and pointed the boat toward the light, moving slowly through the mist. But the closer I got, the stranger the light seemed. It didn't sway like it should have if it was on a boat. Instead, it stayed perfectly steady, almost hovering above the water. And as I got within 100 yards or so, I realized I couldn't make out any shape behind it. No boat, no person, just that steady, unwavering glow cutting through the fog. I called out, feeling foolish, but needing to break the silence. "Hello? Anyone out there?" The words seemed to vanish into the mist, swallowed up before they could echo back. The light didn't move, didn't flicker in response, just stayed fixed in place like it was waiting for me to get closer. Every instinct told me to turn back, to head in the opposite direction and hope I'd find my way by morning. But there was something about that light. Something that made me think that maybe, if I just got close enough, I'd understand what it was. So I kept the engine running, creeping forward through the fog, the glow growing brighter with every second. When I was about 50 feet away, I cut the engine again, letting the boat drift toward the light. It shone brighter now, a pale gold that seemed almost warm against the cold fog. But as my boat drifted closer, I realized there was still no sign of a source. No lantern, no bulb, just that strange, hovering glow. I leaned over the edge of the boat, squinting into the mist, and that's when I heard it, a faint sound like singing carried on the wind. It was barely more than a whisper, but it sent a shiver down my spine, the note strange and unfamiliar like a lullaby sung in a language I didn't know. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks on me. But the singing grew louder, clearer, the melody rising and falling in time with the rhythm of the waves. And beneath it, I thought I heard a splash, like something moving through the water, circling my boat. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice cracking with nerves. But the only response was the singing drifting closer, wrapping around me like the fog itself. I gripped the edge of the boat, my knuckles white, and tried to make out any shape beyond the glow, but the mist was too thick. The light bobbed suddenly, dipping closer to the surface, and I leaned out, my hands trembling. For just a moment I thought I saw a face beneath the water, pale, with eyes that glowed faintly in the dark, lips moving in time with the song. But before I could get a closer look, the light flared, bright enough to burn through the fog, blinding me with its intensity. I stumbled back, my hand slipping off the edge of the boat, and the light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The singing cut off, replaced by a deep, echoing silence that pressed against my ears. I blinked, trying to clear the spots from my vision, but when I looked around, the water was empty. No light, no sound, just the swirling mist and the shadow of my own boat. Panic clawed at my chest, and I fumbled with the engine cord, desperate to get moving. The motor sputtered, then roared to life, and I spun the boat around, steering blindly through the fog. My hands shook on the wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away from whatever I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, beneath the water. I drove for what felt like hours, the fog slowly thinning until I finally caught sight of the harbor lights on the horizon. I practically crashed into the dock, my hands still trembling as I tied the boat off and stumbled onto solid ground. The town was just waking up, the first hints of dawn coloring the sky, and everything felt so normal, so mundane, that it almost convinced me I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I looked back out at the bay, I thought I saw something, just for a moment. A faint glow slipping beneath the waves, disappearing into the deep. I've tried to tell myself it was just the fog, just my mind playing tricks on me after a long night. But I haven't gone back out on the water since. And every now and then, when the mist rolls in off the coast, I think I hear that faint melody drifting through the fog, like a voice calling out from somewhere deep below. They say the ocean hides many secrets, that there are places beneath the waves where time doesn't work the same, where things older than we can imagine still sing their songs. And I can't help but wonder if, that night, I got too close to one of those places, close enough to hear a song that was never meant for human ears. There's something about a long drive through open farmland that makes you feel like you're drifting through time. The landscape barely changes, just miles of rolling fields and dark silos standing like sentinels against the horizon. It's easy to lose yourself in the rhythm of the road, the hum of the tires, the steady sway of the car. That's how I found myself on a two-lane highway cutting through endless fields, the sun already set, leaving only a thin sliver of light on the edge of the world. I'd left the last town behind hours ago, and my only company had been the occasional abandoned barn, crumbling at the edges of fields that seemed to stretch out forever. The road was empty, no headlights behind me or up ahead. I kept the radio on low, listening to static-filled stations fade in and out, hoping they'd keep me awake. But when I caught sight of a sign pointing to a smaller country road, my curiosity got the better of me. The sign read, Willow Lane. The letters faded and peeling, like it hadn't been touched in years. I figured it might cut a few minutes off my trip, and besides, I was getting tired of the straight line of the highway. So I turned onto Willow Lane, my car bouncing over the rough pavement as I left the main road behind. The trees pressed in closer on either side, and soon, the fields gave way to a dense forest that swallowed up the last of the daylight. I flicked on my high beams, the light cutting a narrow path through the darkness, and kept my eyes peeled for any sudden turns or bumps. But the road was empty, winding through the woods like a snake, the only sound the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. About 15 minutes in, I spotted something strange up ahead. Two tall, weathered pillars standing on either side of the road, like the entrance to some old estate. Ivy crept up their sides, and a wrought iron arch connected them, with the words, Willow Estate, barely visible through the rust. A gate blocked the driveway beyond, but it hung open, sagging like it hadn't been closed in years. I slowed down, glancing down the driveway. It was lined with overgrown bushes and tangled weeds, disappearing into the darkness beyond the reach of my headlights. I thought about turning back, but something about the place pulled at me, a strange curiosity that gnawed at the edges of my mind. I told myself I'd just take a quick look, see what was down there, and then I'd head back to the highway. So I turned the wheel, guiding the car onto the gravel driveway, the sound of the stones crunching under the tires loud in the quiet night. The trees grew thicker as I drove, their branches arching overhead, blocking out even the faint glow of the sky. I followed the driveway for what felt like a mile, the road twisting and turning through the woods until it finally opened up into a clearing. And there, standing at the center, was a house, tall and narrow, its windows dark, its roof sagging. The moon slipped out from behind the clouds just long enough to cast a pale light over it, revealing peeling paint and a porch that looked like it might collapse at any moment. I parked the car, leaving the engine running, the headlights casting long shadows across the clearing. As I sat there, staring at the house, I tried to shake off the sense that I wasn't supposed to be here, that I'd stumbled into a place that didn't want to be found. But my curiosity won out, and before I knew it, I was stepping out of the car, the night air cold against my skin. The ground was soft with moss and dead leaves, muffling my footsteps as I approached the house. I climbed the porch steps, each one creaking under my weight, and reached out to touch the front door. The wood was cool and rough, the paint flaking under my fingers, and when I pushed, it swung open with a low groan. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the scent of dust and wood rot. I shined my flashlight around, revealing old furniture covered in sheets, like the place had been abandoned in a hurry. A chandelier hung from the ceiling, its crystals covered in a thick layer of grime, and a grandfather clock stood against one wall, its face cracked, the hands frozen in place. I took a few steps inside, the floorboards creaking beneath me, and called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice echoed back to me, but no one answered. I felt like an intruder, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the house had been waiting for me, like it had drawn me here for a reason. I moved deeper into the hallway, my flashlight beam bouncing off the walls, revealing old portraits in gilded frames, their subjects staring down at me with expressions that seemed too lifelike. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling sound coming from somewhere upstairs. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, listening to the faint creak of floorboards. It could have been the wind or maybe an animal that had found its way inside, but the thought of someone else being here, in this forgotten place, made my skin crawl. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice weaker this time, the word catching in my throat. The house didn't answer, but the rustling stopped, replaced by a silence that felt too thick, too heavy. I thought about turning back, but something inside me urged me forward, a strange compulsion that pushed me to the base of the staircase. The steps were steep, their edges worn smooth, and as I climbed, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. When I reached the top, I found myself in a long hallway, lined with closed doors that seemed to stretch on forever. One door at the far end was ajar, and a faint glow seeped out from the crack, casting a sliver of light across the floor. My mouth went dry as I approached, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, the flashlight trembling in my grip. When I reached the door, I pushed it open with one finger, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, the room was empty except for a small table in the center, covered with a thick layer of dust. And on the table, bathed in that strange glow, sat an old music box, its lid open, a delicate figurine twirling slowly in the dim light. The melody that drifted from it was hauntingly beautiful, a tune that seemed both familiar and impossibly old, like something I'd heard in a dream. I stepped closer, my fingers brushing the edge of the table, and the music seemed to swell, filling the room with its lilting notes. For a moment I felt a sense of calm, like everything outside the house had melted away, like time itself had stopped. But then, as I leaned in to get a better look at the figurine, the music box suddenly clicked to a halt, the melody cutting off with a jarring note. And that's when I saw it, reflected in the dusty glass of the music box's lid. A figure, standing just behind me, so close I should have felt their breath on my neck. My blood turned to ice, and I spun around, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there, just the empty room, the faint outline of the doorway and the whisper of wind brushing through the trees outside. My heart pounded in my chest, and I backed away, nearly knocking over the table in my haste. The house seemed to close in around me, the walls bending inward, the air growing thicker with every breath. I bolted down the stairs, my footsteps echoing through the halls, and threw myself out the front door, stumbling across the porch and back to my car. I didn't bother looking back as I threw the car into reverse, spinning the tires on the gravel as I tore out of the driveway. The road twisted and turned as I sped away from that place, the headlights barely cutting through the fog that had settled over the woods. When I finally reached the highway, the sense of dread began to fade, replaced by a dull, aching exhaustion. I drove through the night, not stopping until I saw the lights of a distant town. I've tried to forget that house, tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I think I hear that melody again, drifting through the silence like a distant memory. And I can't help but wonder if, somewhere out there on Willow Lane, the music box is still playing, waiting for the next person to stumble upon it and listen to its haunting song. I've always loved the thrill of camping alone. There's something about being out there with nothing but the crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves that makes me feel like I'm really alive. But that last trip, the one to a remote spot deep in the national forest, left me with a different feeling entirely, one I haven't been able to shake since. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like the sense that I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to, that I'd stumbled into a place that had been waiting for me. It was supposed to be a quick, 2-night trip. I'd found a spot off the beaten path, far from the trails most people use, down a narrow dirt road that my truck barely fit through. The forest was thick there, with pines stretching so high they seemed to scrape the sky, their branches weaving together to block out even the brightest sun. It was perfect, quiet, isolated, with a little clearing just big enough for my tent and a fire pit. I set up camp quickly, pitching my tent and gathering firewood, and spent the rest of the day hiking the area. The forest had an almost dreamlike quality to it, the air cool and still. The only sounds the distant call of birds and the crunch of pine needles underfoot. By the time I made it back to camp, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, turning the sky a soft orange. I built a fire as the shadows grew longer, watching the flames dance as night settled in. It wasn't until I was sitting there, alone with the darkness pressing in from all sides, that I noticed how strange the silence felt. It was too deep, too complete, like the forest was holding its breath. But I brushed it off, telling myself that I was just spooking myself with stories I'd heard about the woods. Stories about strange things people see out here, things they can't explain. But then as the fire burned lower and the night grew colder, I heard it, a sound that cut through the silence like a knife. It was faint at first, a soft clicking noise like stones tapping together. I froze, my hand tightening around the handle of my flashlight, straining to hear where it was coming from. It seemed to echo through the trees, bouncing from one direction to another, impossible to pin down. I scanned the darkness beyond the firelight, but the beam of my flashlight revealed nothing but trees and shadows. The sound stopped, leaving a silence even heavier than before. I let out a shaky breath, trying to laugh off the feeling of unease that had settled in my chest. Probably just an animal, I told myself, or maybe even falling pine cones. But deep down, I didn't believe it. I turned in for the night, zipping up my tent and settling into my sleeping bag, the fire dying to embers outside. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay there, staring at the shadowed fabric of the tent, listening for any sound that might break the silence. And just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again, closer this time, just beyond the thin nylon wall of the tent. Click, click, click. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears. The noise was steady, rhythmic, like something was deliberately tapping on the rocks around my campfire. I fumbled for my flashlight, my fingers slick with sweat, and unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The fire had burned down to a few glowing embers, casting faint light across the clearing. I shone the flashlight in a slow arc around the camp, but there was nothing there. No animals, no movement, just the trees swaying slightly in the night breeze. But the clicking continued, steady and unhurried. like it didn't care that I was listening. I forced myself out of the tent, the cold air hitting me like a shock. The beam of the flashlight trembled as I swept it over the ground, my breath fogging in front of me. And then, just at the edge of the clearing, I saw something. Two small stones tapping together in midair, as if held by invisible hands. I blinked, thinking my tired mind was playing tricks on me, but the stones kept moving, their surfaces catching the faint glow of the dying fire. My mouth went dry, and I took a step back, my boots crunching over the fallen needles. The stones dropped suddenly, hitting the ground with a dull thud, and the noise stopped. I stood there, paralyzed by a fear I couldn't fully understand, staring at the spot where the stones had fallen. The darkness beyond the flashlight seemed thicker now, the trees closer, their branches weaving together like a cage. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, hidden just beyond the reach of the light, waiting to see what I'd do. I backed away, my flashlight darting over the shadows, and stumbled back into the tent. I zipped it shut with trembling hands, grabbing my pack and fumbling for my pocket knife. I sat there huddled in the darkness, the thin fabric of the tent feeling like the only thing separating me from whatever was out there. The night stretched on, each minute feeling like an hour, but the sound didn't return. By the time the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I had convinced myself that I'd imagined it all, that the isolation and the dark had gotten to me, that the stones had just fallen naturally. I told myself that I'd laugh about it later, that it would make a good story to tell friends back home. But as I packed up camp, I found the stones. Two small, round rocks, lying side by side on the ground where I'd seen them the night before. I picked them up, turning them over in my hands, but they were just stones. Ordinary, unremarkable. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd been placed there, left as some kind of message. I left them behind when I hiked out, the memory of that strange night haunting me with every step back to the truck. The woods seemed different in the daylight, warmer, friendlier, but I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadow slipping between the trees. When I finally reached the trailhead, I felt a wave of relief, like I was crossing back into a world that made sense. But as I turned onto the dirt road that led back to town, I caught one last glimpse of the woods in my rearview mirror. For just a second, I thought I saw a figure standing among the trees. A tall, shadowy shape, its head cocked to the side as if listening. I blinked and it was gone, just a trick of the light. But the unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since. And every now and then when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear that sound again. Soft clicks like stones tapping together just outside the window. I try to ignore it, try to convince myself that it's just the wind or a branch brushing against the glass. But a part of me knows that it's waiting, that whatever I stumbled across in those woods hasn't forgotten me. And sometimes when the nights are long and the darkness feels too deep, I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed out there, if I'd followed that sound deeper into the trees. There's a strange kind of stillness that takes over in the dead of night on a long-haul drive. It's not just the empty roads or the dark stretches of highway, but something deeper, like the whole world has paused, leaving you suspended in that space between reality and whatever waits beyond it. I'd gotten used to those quiet hours, driving my truck through back roads that twisted through endless fields and forest. But one night, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, that stillness became something else, something that I still can't fully explain. It had been a routine trip at first. I'd picked up a load in one town and was heading across state lines to make a delivery. I preferred driving at night. Fewer cars, fewer distractions, just the hum of the engine and the stretch of road ahead. The route took me through a part of the country I'd never driven before, winding through a patchwork of old farmland and woods that felt like they belonged to another era. My GPS had cut out about an hour back, but I wasn't too worried. The road signs were clear enough, and I figured I'd be back on track soon enough. But then the fog rolled in. It came in thick, swallowing up the road and turning everything beyond my headlights into a blank, swirling void. I slowed down, leaning forward over the wheel, my eyes straining to make out the edges of the pavement. The world seemed to shrink to the size of my cab, the fog pressing in against the windows like it was trying to seep inside. The silence grew deeper, the sound of the engine suddenly too loud, too harsh against the softness outside. And then I saw the figure. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, some trick of the light cutting through the mist. But as I drew closer, the shape became clearer, a person standing right at the edge of the road facing away from me. They wore a dark coat, their head bowed, arms hanging at their sides, the fog wrapping around them like a shroud. My heart skipped a beat, and I hit the brakes, the truck shuddering to a stop a few yards away. My headlights cast long shadows through the fog, making the figure's outline dance and shift. I waited for them to turn, to move, to give me some sign that they were aware of the massive truck idling just feet away. But they just stood there, perfectly still, their back turned to me, like they hadn't even noticed. The silence pressed in around me, broken only by the low rumble of the engine, and a strange unease settled over me, prickling at the back of my neck. I rolled down the window, leaning out into the cold night air. "Hey, are you okay?" I called, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. The figure didn't react. They just stood there, unmoving, like they were listening for something beyond the fog. I tried again, louder this time, but the only answer was the whisper of the wind brushing through the trees. A shiver ran through me, and I glanced at the empty road behind me, feeling suddenly exposed out there in the middle of nowhere. I thought about driving on, leaving the figure behind in the fog, but something in the back of my mind nagged at me. What if they were in trouble? What if they needed help? Against my better judgment, I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out of the cab, my boots crunching against the gravel shoulder. The fog wrapped around me, cold and damp, swallowing up the truck's headlights until they looked like distant stars. I kept my flashlight trained on the figure as I approached, calling out again, trying to ignore the way my own voice seemed to come back to me, distorted by the mist. When I was about 10 feet away, the beam of my flashlight caught something odd, tracks in the dirt by the side of the road. They looked like footprints, but strange, the edges blurred, like whoever had made them had dragged their feet. I crouched down, trying to make sense of the marks when I realized that the figure had turned. They were facing me now, their head tilted to one side, as if they were curious. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I felt like I was looking at something not quite human. Their face was hidden in shadow, but their eyes, those were unmistakable. They glowed faintly in the beam of my flashlight, reflecting the light like an animal's, catching and holding it in a way that sent a jolt of fear through me. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, just watched me with those unblinking eyes, their head tilting further, as if they were considering something. My mouth went dry and I took a step back, suddenly desperate to get back to the truck, to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. I'm sorry," I stammered, the words spilling out before I could think them through. "I didn't mean to." The figure took a step forward and I froze. The fog seemed to ripple around them, the air growing colder, thick enough that I could almost feel it pressing against my skin. And then, in a voice that sounded like it came from somewhere deep beneath the earth, they spoke. "You're far from where you should be." The words sent a shiver down my spine, cutting through the fog and leaving a chill in their wake. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just stood there staring at those eyes, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. My flashlight flickered, the beam wavering, casting strange shadows across the figure's face. And in that brief moment, I thought I saw something else. Something ancient and twisted lurking just beneath the surface of that human shape. The spell broke, and I turned and ran, my boots slipping on the gravel as I sprinted back to the truck. I could hear my own breath, ragged and panicked, but nothing else, no footsteps, no sound of pursuit, just the low hum of the engine calling me back to safety. I threw myself into the cab, slamming the door behind me, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the gear shift. I floored the gas, the tires spinning for a moment before the truck lurched forward, tearing through the fog. In the rearview mirror, I caught one last glimpse of the figure standing alone in the mist, their silhouette fading into the darkness, and then they were gone, swallowed up by the night. I drove for miles without looking back, the road blurring beneath the headlights, my heart racing in my chest. When the fog finally lifted, I found myself on a road I didn't recognize, but I didn't care. I just kept driving, following the curve of the pavement until I saw the lights of a truck stop up ahead. I pulled in, my hands still trembling as I killed the engine, the warmth of the truck cab leaching away into the cold night air. Inside the diner, the familiar hum of conversation and clinking dishes felt like a lifeline, grounding me in reality. I ordered a coffee, barely tasting it as I sat there, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The other truckers gave me a few curious glances, but no one asked what had me so shaken, and I didn't volunteer any answers. When I finally left the diner, the fog had lifted completely, leaving the night crisp and clear. I drove through to the morning, the memory of those eyes still burning in the back of my mind. I've tried to put it behind me, to convince myself that it was just a trick of the fog, a shadow that I'd mistaken for something more. But every now and then, when I'm driving those lonely stretches of highway, I see something at the edge of my headlights. Just a flash of movement, too fast to be real, too familiar to ignore. And I know deep down that there are things out there that don't belong to the world we know. Things that wait for those of us who stray too far from the path. And I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there in the fog, that figure is still watching, waiting for the next lost traveler to stumble into their world. I've always found rest stops to be a little eerie, especially the ones you find on long stretches of highway late at night. They're too quiet, too empty, like a place stuck between worlds where people pass through but never stay. Most of the time, I barely pay attention to them, just use the restroom, grab a quick snack, and get back on the road. But one night, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, I stopped at a rest area that wasn't on my map. And what I found there is something I haven't been able to forget. It was after midnight and I'd been driving for hours. The highway was empty, my headlights the only thing cutting through the darkness. My eyes were starting to feel heavy, and I knew I needed to pull over before I drifted off behind the wheel. So when I saw a sign for a rest area up ahead, I decided it would be a good place to stretch my legs and get some air. The sign looked old. The reflective paint faded, but I didn't think much of it. I took the exit, my tires crunching over gravel as I pulled into a lot that was nearly empty, save for an old van parked under a flickering streetlight. The building itself was a squat concrete structure, the kind you see at rest stops all over the country, with a row of vending machines and a couple of restrooms. A single light shone above the entrance, casting a pale circle on the ground, but beyond that, the place was swallowed up in shadows. I stepped out of the car, the night air cool against my skin, and stretched, glancing around the lot. The van under the streetlight looked like it had been there for a while, its windows dark and dusty, but I couldn't see anyone inside. I shrugged it off and headed toward the restroom, my footsteps echoing strangely off the concrete walls. The restroom was clean but cold, the kind of sterile, tile-lined space that always smells faintly of disinfectant. I did my business quickly, eager to get back to the road, but as I washed my hands, I thought I heard something, a faint, rhythmic tapping sound, coming from somewhere outside. I paused, listening, but the sound faded, leaving only the hum of the fluorescent lights. When I stepped back outside, the lot seemed even emptier than before, the shadows darker, thicker. I glanced over at the van again, but it was just as dark as before, its windows reflecting the dim glow of the streetlight. I tried to shake off the unease that had settled in my chest, telling myself I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But as I walked back to my car, I noticed something odd. The vending machines, which had looked old but functional when I first arrived, now seemed wrong. The glass fronts were fogged up, and the labels on the snacks were faded, almost unreadable. One of the machines was open, its door hanging loose. but instead of bags of chips and candy bars, it was filled with something else. Old photos, yellowed and crumpled like someone had shoved them inside in a hurry. Curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped closer, shining my phone's flashlight into the machine. The photos were black and white, the edges worn and brittle, showing people in places I didn't recognize. Families gathered in front of old cars, kids playing in front of houses that looked like they'd been abandoned for decades. My stomach twisted, a strange sense of unease settling in. Why would anyone put these in a vending machine, out here in the middle of nowhere? I reached out, brushing my fingers over one of the photos, feeling the rough edge of the paper. And then, behind me, I heard the tapping again, louder this time coming from the direction of the van. I turned, my heart pounding in my chest, and for a moment, I thought I saw a shadow move inside the van, like someone shifting in their seat. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the stillness. There was no answer, just the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. I took a step closer to the van, the gravel crunching under my boots, my flashlight beam bouncing off the dirty windows. As I reached the driver's side door, I raised the flashlight, trying to peer inside. That's when I saw the face. It was pressed up against the glass, pale and blurred, with eyes that seemed too wide, too dark, staring out at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. For a second, I thought I was looking at a reflection, my own face distorted by the dirty glass. But then the figure inside the van shifted, and I realized it wasn't me. My breath caught in my throat, and I stumbled back, nearly dropping my phone. The face vanished, melting into the darkness of the van's interior, and the door creaked open, swinging outward with a slow, grating sound. I froze, waiting for whoever, or whatever was inside to step out. But the van remained empty, the darkness inside yawning like an open mouth. I should have turned and run, gotten back into my car and left that place behind. But something kept me there, rooted to the spot like I was caught in a dream where my body wouldn't listen to my mind. I took another step forward, my flashlight beam cutting through the van's interior, revealing dusty seats, old fast food wrappers, and something lying on the floor, more photos scattered across the dirty carpet. I reached down, picking up one of the photos, and held it under the light. My hand started to shake as I recognized the scene. A parking lot, dimly lit by a flickering streetlight, with a single car parked beneath it. My car. I dropped the photo, my pulse spiking with panic, and turned back toward my vehicle. But the lot looked different now. Darker, the shadows longer and thicker. The streetlight above my car was out, leaving the area in pitch black, and my vehicle looked farther away than it had before. Like the rest stop had stretched itself out, the distance between me and safety growing with every second. I forced myself to move, breaking into a stumbling run, the sound of my footsteps echoing too loud against the concrete. But as I reached the car, I realized I wasn't alone. A figure stood beside it, tall and thin, their face hidden beneath the brim of a hat, their hands resting on the roof of my car as if they'd been waiting for me. I stopped short, my breath fogging in the cold night air, my heart hammering in my chest. The figure turned slowly, their movements too smooth, too deliberate, and I caught a glimpse of a smile, a thin, crooked line that didn't reach their eyes. "You shouldn't have stopped here," they said, their voice barely more than a whisper, but it carried through the darkness, slipping under my skin like ice. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, just stood there, my flashlight flickering in my hand. The figure took a step closer, and I could see the photos clutched in their hands, my face staring back at me from each one, taken from angles that shouldn't have been possible. Something snapped inside me, and I lunged for the car door, wrenching it open and throwing myself inside. The figure's hand brushed against my shoulder as I slammed the door shut, a touch that felt cold and weightless, like the brush of a shadow. I twisted the key in the ignition, the engine roaring to life, and peeled out of the lot, gravel spraying up behind me. As I sped back onto the highway, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure standing in the middle of the road, but the rest stop was gone. The building, the van, even the lot itself. It had all vanished, leaving only the empty stretch of highway and the darkness beyond. I didn't stop driving until I saw the lights of a distant town, the gas gauge dipping low. I pulled into a brightly lit station, stumbling out of the car with my hands still shaking. Inside, the clerk gave me a strange look when I asked about the rest stop, but he just shook his head. "There's no rest area on that stretch of road," he said, handing me a coffee. "Hasn't been for years. It burned down back in the 80s, some kind of accident. People still talk about it sometimes, say they see things out there in the fog." I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the chill that clung to my bones, but I couldn't stop thinking about the photos, the face in the van, the words whispered through the dark. And every time I drive past that stretch of highway now, I keep my eyes fixed on the road, refusing to look at the shadows creeping along the edge. Because I know that some places, even the ones that don't exist anymore, still remember those who find them. And if you stop for too long, they might just decide to keep you. There's a certain kind of loneliness that comes with road trips. Those moments when you realize it's just you, the open road, and miles of emptiness. I've always liked that feeling, that sense of freedom. But one night, somewhere on a stretch of highway that seemed to go on forever, I found out what real isolation feels like. And it's not as romantic as I once thought. It was around 3 in the morning when I realized I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The highway stretched out ahead of me, a narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through endless fields of tall grass swaying in the wind. My headlights carved out a small circle of clarity, but beyond that, everything dissolved into shadows. The radio had lost signal ages ago, leaving me with nothing but the hum of the engine and the occasional rattle from the trunk. I was starting to feel that heavy drowsiness settle in, the kind that makes your eyes burn and your head bob with every passing mile. When I spotted a sign for a rest stop up ahead, I figured it was as good a place as any to pull over and close my eyes for a few minutes. The sign was faded, the letters barely legible, but I thought I caught the name Echo Ridge, painted in peeling white. The rest area turned out to be a small gravel lot beside a cluster of oak trees, with a single picnic table under a rusted awning, and a row of vending machines that looked like they hadn't been restocked in years. A lamppost stood at the edge of the lot, its yellow light flickering like it was struggling to stay alive. I parked under the light, grateful for even a small patch of visibility in the darkness, and leaned back in my seat, closing my eyes. But as soon as I let myself relax, I heard it, a faint rhythmic sound like the distant creak of a swing or a loose gate swinging back and forth. It was soft, barely more than a whisper beneath the wind, but it cut through the silence in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I sat up, peering into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the edge of the lamplight. The sound continued, a slow, steady rhythm, and I realized it was coming from somewhere deeper in the trees. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a branch rubbing against another, but the noise had a regularity to it that didn't feel natural. I hesitated, glancing back at the empty highway, wondering if I should just get back on the road and forget about catching a few minutes of rest. But curiosity won out over common sense, and I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. The beam cut through the dark, revealing the weathered bark of the oak trees, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I stepped out of the car, the gravel crunching under my boots, and followed the sound into the trees. The further I walked, the quieter the world seemed to become, the rustling of leaves fading until all that was left was the creaking, growing louder with each step. My flashlight wavered over the ground, catching glimpses of old, crumbling stone walls, maybe remnants of an old property line or foundation, long since abandoned. After a few minutes, I found the source of the noise. There, in a small clearing among the trees, stood an old swing set. It looked ancient, its frame rusted and twisted, the swings themselves little more than chains with splintered boards hanging from them. One of the swings moved back and forth slowly, creaking with each movement even though there was no breeze strong enough to move it. I swallowed hard, feeling a chill run through me, but I forced myself to step closer, my flashlight beam flickering over the rusted metal. It was just an old swing, I told myself, a relic from some long-forgotten playground. But as I reached out to touch the chain, it jerked suddenly, the swing lurching forward as if someone had given it a push. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight, my pulse quickening in my chest. The swing slowed, swaying back and forth until it settled again, perfectly still. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was just my exhaustion playing tricks on me. But then I heard a voice, soft, barely more than a whisper, but clear enough to freeze me in place. "Do you want to play?" I whipped around, shining my flashlight through the trees, but the clearing was empty, the shadows shifting and stretching in the beam of light. My heart hammered in my chest and I backed away, stumbling over a gnarled root as I turned to make a break for the car. But as I did, the voice came again, closer this time, like it was right beside my ear. "Don't leave yet. It's lonely here." I bolted, running through the trees, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly in front of me, the crunch of leaves and gravel filling my ears. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, but all I could think about was getting back to my car, getting away from whatever was out there in the dark. When I finally broke through the trees and reached the lot, I threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind me and locking it with shaking hands. I fumbled with the keys, jamming them into the ignition, but as I started the engine, the headlights swept across the clearing, and that's when I saw them. Figures, just beyond the edge of the lamplight, standing among the trees, their faces hidden in shadow. There were 3, maybe 4 of them, too still to be alive, their bodies silhouetted against the darkness like faded memories. I could just make out their shapes, tall, thin, their heads tilted at unnatural angles. And then in the dim glow of my headlights, I saw one of them raise a hand, waving slowly as if to say goodbye. I hit the gas, the tires spinning on the gravel before finding traction, and tore out of the lot, the figures disappearing into the rearview mirror as the trees swallowed up the road. I didn't stop until I reached the next town, my hands still shaking as I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour diner, the neon lights a welcome relief against the darkness. I sat there for a long time trying to calm down, telling myself that I'd imagined it all, that I was tired, that I'd let the isolation get to me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen, and I knew I wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone else. When I finally worked up the nerve to ask the waitress about Echo Ridge, she just gave me a puzzled look. "That old place? Yeah, I've heard stories. Used to be a town out that way, long time ago. But it's been empty for years. Burned down or something, if I remember right." She shrugged, handing me a cup of coffee. "People say it's haunted, but you know how folks love their ghost stories." I tried to laugh it off, tried to act like I didn't care, but I couldn't stop thinking about those figures, about the voice that had whispered to me in the dark. And even now, months later, I still have nightmares about that swing set, about the shadows that moved just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I haven't driven that highway since, and I never stop at rest areas after dark anymore, no matter how tired I am, because I know that some places, no matter how empty they seem, aren't really empty at all. And if you stay too long, you might just become another part of the darkness, another whisper in the trees waiting for the next traveler to wander off the road. There's a kind of quiet that you only find deep in the woods, miles from any town or road. It's not like the silence of an empty room or a sleeping city. This is a silence that feels alive, like the trees and the earth are listening, waiting for something. I used to love that feeling, the sense that I was completely cut off from everything else, just a small part of the forest. But after what happened on my last camping trip, that quiet fills me with a dread I can't quite shake. I'd been planning the trip for weeks, a solo camping weekend in a remote part of a national forest I'd never explored before. It was supposed to be a chance to unwind, to escape the noise of everyday life and spend a few days with just my thoughts in the wilderness. I'd picked a spot that was miles from the nearest trail, a little clearing I'd found on an old topographic map, and set off early in the morning with my pack and a map. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun was already dipping low, casting long shadows through the trees. It was perfect. Isolated, peaceful, with a small stream cutting through the edge of the clearing. I set up my tent, built a fire, and sat down to watch the last light fade from the sky. The air was cool, carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves, and I felt that familiar thrill of being out there, completely alone. As night settled in, the forest grew darker than I'd expected. The moon was hidden behind a blanket of clouds, leaving me with only the flickering glow of my campfire. I cooked a quick dinner over the flames, listening to the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. But after a while, I noticed something odd. The usual sounds of the forest had gone quiet, like every living thing had decided to hold its breath. I brushed it off, convincing myself that I was just spooking myself out. I had a good book with me, so I tried to focus on that, letting the fire crackle in the background. But the quiet gnawed at me, and I kept glancing up from the pages, half expecting to see something lurking beyond the edge of the firelight. It was around midnight when I finally decided to turn in. I doused the fire, watching the embers hiss and glow as the darkness closed in around me. My tent was small but cozy, and I zipped myself inside, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. I told myself that I'd wake up in the morning to the sound of birds and sunlight filtering through the trees, that everything would feel different in the light of day. But just as I was drifting off, I heard it, a faint sound somewhere outside the tent. It was a soft, rhythmic scraping, like something being dragged over the forest floor. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear over the thudding of my own heartbeat. The sound was so quiet, so subtle, that I couldn't tell where it was coming from. But it was there, just beyond the thin fabric of the tent. I reached for my flashlight, my fingers trembling as I switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness inside the tent, casting sharp shadows, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I took a deep breath and unzipped the tent door just enough to poke my head out, shining the light into the clearing. The beam swept over the trees, catching glimpses of tangled roots and damp leaves. But the clearing was empty. No sign of anything that could have made that noise. I scanned the area for a few more seconds, but when nothing moved, I forced myself to relax, telling myself it was just an animal passing through, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I zipped the tent back up, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't as alone as I'd thought. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the silence, waiting for the sound to come back. But eventually, my exhaustion won out, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. When I woke up, the inside of the tent was pitch black, the air cold and still. My watch read 3:17 a.m., and for a moment, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it again, the scraping sound, but louder this time, like it was right outside the tent. My mouth went dry, and I sat up, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could, the sound of the zipper too loud in the silence, and shone the light outside. The clearing looked different in the flashlight beam, darker, more distorted, the shadows twisting into shapes that made my skin crawl. And that's when I saw them, footprints in the dirt circling around my campsite. They were fresh, too fresh, each print deep and clear in the loose soil, like someone had walked around my tent while I slept. I shone the light around wildly, my pulse racing, but there was no one there, just the empty woods and the dark shapes of the trees. I backed into the tent, zipping it shut, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was another camper, someone who'd wandered off the trail. But I knew that didn't make sense. There shouldn't have been anyone else out here, not this far from the nearest road. And if it was just some hiker, why hadn't they called out? Why had they just circled my tent in the dark? I sat there, gripping the flashlight, waiting for something to happen, for some sound that would tell me what was out there. But the forest stayed silent, the air thick and unmoving. Eventually, the first light of dawn crept through the trees, turning the world gray and ghostly, and I dared to unzip the tent and step outside. The footprints were still there, trailing off into the woods, their edges blurred by the morning mist. I followed them a few yards, my boots crunching over leaves, but they seemed to disappear as quickly as they'd appeared. fading into the undergrowth like they'd never been there at all. I packed up camp in record time, stuffing my gear into my pack with shaking hands. I didn't care that I hadn't had breakfast, that I'd planned to stay another night. I just wanted to get out of those woods, to put as much distance between myself and whatever had been out there. As I hiked back toward the road, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing between the trees, watching me. But the forest remained empty, the morning sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch on forever. When I finally reached my truck, I threw my pack into the back and peeled out of there, the tires spitting up gravel as I sped down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the forest a distant blur in the rearview mirror. It's been months since that trip, but the memory of those footprints still haunts me. I've tried to tell myself that it was just an animal, that my mind was playing tricks on me in the dark. But deep down, I know what I saw. And I know that somewhere out there, in those woods, something was watching me that night. Something that didn't leave tracks like any animal I've ever seen. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since, and I've given up on solo camping too, even in places that feel safe. Because now I know that the quiet of the woods isn't always empty. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you might find out what's hiding in the silence. There's a strange silence that settles over the woods when you're miles away from any town, any road, any sign of other people. It's the kind of quiet that makes you hear things you'd normally ignore. The creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the faintest whisper of wind through the trees. My friend Dave and I had hiked into the mountains, looking for a weekend of peace, of solitude, away from the noise of the city. We found a spot miles from any trail, a place so remote it felt like we'd discovered our own little world. But I think now that some places are meant to be left alone. We reached the top of the ridge just as the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the valley below. It was beautiful. Endless stretches of forest, the air cool and crisp, the sky turning from orange to a deep star-studded blue. We set up camp, pitching the tent near the edge of the ridge so we could watch the stars. Dave built a fire, and we spent the evening talking about everything and nothing, letting the flames warm our hands as the temperature dropped. By the time we climbed into the tent, the night was black as pitch, the only light coming from the flickering embers of the fire. We left the tent flaps open, letting the cool air in. The silence felt different out there, sharper somehow, and it wasn't long before Dave's breathing evened out, slipping into sleep. But I lay awake, listening to the stillness pressing in, my thoughts wandering through the dark. It was then that I heard the first sound, a distant crunch of leaves like someone stepping through the underbrush. My heart skipped a beat, and I held my breath, straining to listen. But the sound didn't come again, and I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, moving through the trees. I closed my eyes, willing myself to relax. But my mind kept replaying that noise, over and over. At some point I must have drifted off, because I woke to the sensation of being watched. My eyes snapped open and I stared out through the open tent flap, half expecting to see someone standing there in the dark. But there was nothing, just the dim glow of the dying fire casting shadows across the ground. I rolled over, trying to shake off the feeling, but then I heard it again. This time, much closer. A crunch, then another, slow and deliberate, like footsteps approaching the tent. I froze, my pulse quickening, and reached out to nudge Dave awake. He stirred, muttering something under his breath, but the noise outside continued. Soft, careful, moving in a slow circle around the tent. Dave sat up, rubbing his eyes, and I put a finger to my lips, pointing toward the flap. His expression shifted, turning serious as he realized I wasn't joking. We sat there in silence, listening as the footsteps circled the tent again, slow and steady. Dave reached for his flashlight, and with a nod he clicked it on, shining the beam out through the open flap. The light cut through the dark, illuminating the trees beyond the clearing, but we saw nothing. No sign of movement, no sign of anyone. Probably just an animal. Dave whispered, though I could hear the doubt in his voice. But I nodded anyway, not wanting to seem paranoid. We waited for a few minutes longer, but the noise had stopped and the woods were silent again. Eventually, we settled back down, though sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, we woke to find the fire burned out, the morning mist clinging to the trees. We laughed off the events of the night, convincing ourselves it was just a deer or a raccoon, something that had wandered too close to camp. But as we packed up our gear for a hike, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows. We spent the day exploring, hiking through valleys and up ridges, the mountains stretching out in every direction. But as the afternoon wore on, I began to notice things. Small, subtle signs that something wasn't right. Broken branches high up in the trees, as if something tall had passed through. Rocks arranged in strange patterns near the stream, like they'd been placed there deliberately. When I pointed them out to Dave, he just shrugged. Probably just some old trail markers, he said, or kids messing around. But deep down, I knew there was no way anyone else had been out here recently. This place was too remote, too untouched, and that creeping unease I'd felt last night had only grown stronger, turning into a weight that settled in my chest. We headed back to camp as the sun dipped lower, the shadows growing longer, swallowing up the path behind us. By the time we reached the ridge, the air had turned cold, and the forest around us was darkening fast. Dave built up the fire again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods had changed, like the trees were leaning in closer, listening to us. That night, we kept the fire burning longer, sitting by the flames as the darkness thickened around us. Dave tried to joke about it, telling stories about Bigfoot and cryptids, but neither of us laughed. Eventually, the conversation died off, and we sat in silence, listening to the crackle of the fire. Then, just as the flames began to die down, we heard it again, the same slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps moving through the trees. Dave and I exchanged a look, and this time, I could see the fear in his eyes. He grabbed the flashlight, but before he could turn it on, I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. "Don't," I whispered. "Let's just stay quiet." We sat there, barely breathing, as the footsteps moved closer, stopping just beyond the edge of the firelight. I strained my eyes, trying to make out a shape, but the shadows shifted too much, blurring into the darkness. I thought I saw a flicker of movement, a pale shape slipping between the trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. Dave tightened his grip on the flashlight, his knuckles white, but he didn't turn it on. We listened as the footsteps circled the clearing again, like they were testing us, seeing how far they could go before we reacted. My skin crawled with the knowledge that whatever it was playing with us. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps faded, retreating back into the woods, leaving us alone with the silence. Dave let out a shaky breath, and I realized my hands were trembling. We didn't speak as we climbed into the tent, keeping the flashlight clutched between us. But I didn't sleep that night. I just lay there, staring at the shadows on the tent walls, listening for the slightest sound. When dawn finally came, we packed up camp in record time, neither of us mentioning the night before. As we made our way back down the trail, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something watching us from the ridge. But the forest was empty, silent, the morning mist curling between the trees like a forgotten memory. We reached the car by mid-morning, throwing our gear into the back seat without a word. But as I climbed into the driver's seat, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the dusty windshield, were handprints, long, slender fingers pressed into the glass, leaving smudges that streaked across the passenger side window. I looked at Dave, but he just stared straight ahead, his jaw clenched like he didn't want to see. We drove back to town in silence, the radio off, the road stretching out in front of us like an escape route. I haven't been back to those woods since. Neither has Dave. And every time I think about that night, I can still hear the sound of those footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the edge of the firelight, waiting for us to look. Sometimes, when I'm driving late at night and the road is empty, I catch myself glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those pale fingers pressing against the glass again. And I wonder if whatever was out there that night ever really left, or if it's just waiting for someone else to wander too far into the woods, to stray into the silence where no one else can hear. You know that kind of night when it's just you and the road and maybe a couple of stars? The kind that makes you feel like you're the only person in the world? It was one of those nights. I'd been driving for hours down this long stretch of highway, empty fields on both sides, not a gas station or a diner for miles. It was close to midnight, maybe a bit later, but the air was still warm. Summer had that way of sticking around like it didn't want to go. I was wide awake though, just me, the hum of the engine and my headlights cutting through the dark. Just another night or so, I thought. I don't know exactly when I noticed it, maybe a few miles back. It was just a glance in the rearview mirror, just routine. But there was a pair of headlights way back, like a tiny dot in the distance. Nothing unusual. Lots of people drive late. Could be anyone, could be anything. So, I just let it go. Kept my eyes on the road, kept my mind blank. Then after a while I glanced back again. The car was closer, but still back there, not in any rush to pass me, not lagging too far behind either, just keeping pace. I tapped the gas a bit harder, put some distance between us, let the road open up. Maybe they'd pass. But they didn't. I couldn't help but feel a prick of unease. I told myself to get a grip. I'd been driving for hours. I was tired. Paranoid, maybe. People drive at night. They probably didn't even realize they were making me nervous. But then the road stretched on and on, empty except for me and those headlights hanging in my rearview mirror. I felt my neck tense up. I checked my mirrors more often. I don't know why I didn't just let them pass. I could have slowed down, moved to the side, but something stopped me. The way they were just back there, staying at the same distance, something about it didn't sit right. I took a deep breath, let my eyes focus back on the dark road ahead and pressed my foot down. The car responded, jumping forward, picking up speed. I felt the road bump under the tires, the engine's hum getting louder. I didn't look back for a while. I let my speed carry me, feeling the slight rush of going just over the limit, trying to shake off the anxiety. When I finally checked the mirror, I felt my chest tighten. Those headlights were still there, keeping pace, not falling behind, not getting closer. Just there. For a second I felt stupid. I'd let my mind get carried away. I told myself I was just tired, that it was just another driver. So I relaxed my grip on the wheel, leaned back a bit, tried to ignore the itch to look in the mirror again. The road went on, winding a little, lined by trees that seemed to swallow the light of my headlights. It was too quiet, and that just made me think about that car behind me. My stomach clenched. I didn't even realize my knuckles were white, gripping the wheel so tight. I took a deep breath and told myself I was going to pull over. Maybe I just needed a break. And if they passed me, all the better. There was an upcoming rest stop, just a small pull-off on the side of the road. I flicked my blinker on, started slowing down, feeling that little flutter in my stomach that you get when you're making a decision you're not sure about. I checked the mirror. The car behind me didn't speed up, didn't pass. Instead, it slowed down too, matching my pace, staying right there just behind me. My heart started hammering. I couldn't understand why they'd slow down too. It felt wrong. Every instinct I had told me to get out of there. So I hit the gas again, back on the road, faster this time. Maybe going too fast, but I didn't care. I kept glancing in the mirror, expecting those headlights to disappear, to be nothing but a story I'd laugh about later. But they were there, still following. They matched my speed, not too close, but close enough that I knew they weren't going anywhere. A trickle of sweat ran down my back, cold against my skin. My breathing was shallow, too fast, and I felt that horrible, crawling feeling that I wasn't alone, that whoever was behind me was watching, waiting. The road stretched out in front of me, long and empty. There was nowhere to turn off, nowhere to hide. It was just me and that car. I pressed my foot down harder, trying to ignore the feeling that my own car was straining under the speed. The road twisted up ahead, and I took the curve faster than I should have, tires squealing, barely gripping the asphalt. I felt my body lean with the car, a second of weightlessness before I straightened out. My eyes flicked to the mirror. Those headlights were still there, taking the curve like it was nothing. My heart pounded in my throat. It was like some bad dream where you can't run fast enough, where no matter what you do, the thing chasing you is just behind, always just behind. I didn't want to think about what would happen if I pulled over. I didn't want to know who was behind me. My stomach churned, a heavy pit forming there. Every fiber of me was tense, waiting, listening to the hum of the engine, to the rush of the wind outside, to the low rumble of the car behind me. I'd never felt so alone, so exposed, like there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Then, up ahead, I saw the faint glow of lights. A gas station, finally. It looked small, but it was something. I aimed for it, my foot on the brake, slowing down as I pulled in. The relief was immediate, like I'd finally outrun a nightmare. The lights cast long shadows over the concrete, a quiet little oasis in the dark. I glanced in the mirror again, hoping to see the car speed by, to see it finally pass, to know I'd been overreacting. But the car slowed down, its headlights still trained on me, and it pulled into the gas station too, just a few pumps away. I felt trapped. My hands were clammy on the wheel, and I forced myself to take a deep breath, forced myself to think. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe they just needed gas too. But I didn't believe it. I sat there, gripping the wheel, staring straight ahead. The other car's engine idled, humming as if it was waiting. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see who was inside. I thought about just driving off, about getting back on the road, but my body felt heavy, pinned down by this awful dread. And then, the driver's side door of the other car opened. A figure stepped out, moving slowly, almost too slowly. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The person started walking toward my car, one slow step at a time. I couldn't make out their face, just a shadow against the dim lights of the station. I didn't wait to see what they wanted. I threw my car into reverse, my tires squealing as I backed out, my heart pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. I didn't care if I looked like a maniac, didn't care if anyone was watching. I just knew I had to get out of there. I swung the car around, back onto the road, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if they were following me again. I just drove, faster than I should have, letting the miles put distance between me and whatever that had been. The road stretched on, empty and silent again, but I didn't feel safe. Not anymore. For the rest of the drive, I kept my eyes glued to the mirrors, waiting, watching for any sign of those headlights, for any hint that they were still there, still behind me. Every shadow on the road made my heart skip. Every flicker of light made my stomach drop. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, still being followed. By the time I finally pulled into my driveway, the sky was starting to lighten, a dull gray hinting at morning. I sat there for a minute, engine off, my breathing still shaky. My house was quiet, still, but I couldn't bring myself to get out of the car. I couldn't shake that feeling, that awful, prickling feeling that I hadn't really escaped. Eventually, I forced myself to go inside, to lock the door behind me, to check every window, every lock. The silence felt heavy, pressing in around me. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those headlights, saw that shadowy figure stepping out of the car, walking toward me. I kept thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't driven away, if I'd waited. To this day, I still get nervous when I see headlights behind me on a lonely road. I still feel that awful crawling dread, that itch to look over my shoulder. I tell myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, but some part of me knows it wasn't. There's something unsettling about abandoned places. You don't think it until you're there, staring into a house with no life, no purpose left. But that night, we didn't think of any of that. We were just out on a drive, looking for something to do, just passing through a quiet stretch of farmland. Everything seemed so still, like the whole world had gone quiet. We'd been winding down these old, narrow roads, laughing, listening to music, just feeling the cool breeze. Then out of nowhere we spotted this farmhouse. Its silhouette was clear against the dark sky, this looming shadow just sitting there, alone and empty. The lights from the car lit up the front porch, and it looked strange. No signs, no boards. Just a dead, quiet house. The windows were like hollow eyes staring back at us, but we were curious. And that's usually when things go wrong, isn't it? I didn't even think twice when my friend Sarah said, "Let's check it out." The other two, Mike and Ben, seemed all in too. No one thought to question it. We pulled over onto a patch of overgrown grass by the side of the road, left the headlights on to see our way, and climbed out of the car. The air felt heavy, a kind of thickness that settled on you like everything was pressing down. "Come on, let's go," Mike said, leading the way. We moved toward the house, gravel crunching under our feet. Sarah was right behind him, her phone flashlight cutting through the dark, catching every little speck of dust that hung in the air. I don't know why, but I hung back a bit, watching them move up the porch steps. I could feel this odd prickling on the back of my neck. I shook it off. Just nerves, I told myself. Ben pulled open the front door. It creaked, like you'd expect, the sound sharp in the silence. Inside, everything was still. There was this faint smell, a mix of dust and rot and something else, something I couldn't quite place. We stepped in, the floorboards creaking under us. Dust floated around, thick and heavy in the air. I could barely see in front of me, just enough to make out the shapes of things. The outline of an old couch, a staircase winding up into the dark, some broken pieces of furniture. Mike shone his flashlight around, sweeping it across the room. "Look at this place," he muttered, a bit of awe in his voice. "It's like time just stopped." We wandered around, a little at a time, our footsteps echoing. The whole place was eerie, but in a way that felt like it was just old, like it had seen better days and been forgotten. That was until Sarah froze, her flashlight pointing at something on the floor near the staircase. "What is it?" I asked, coming up behind her. She didn't answer, just kept staring, so I leaned in to see. On the floor there was a footprint, just one, clean and perfect, as if someone had stepped in dust and then stopped right there. But the weird part, the dust around it hadn't been disturbed. It looked fresh. I could feel my stomach twist. "Maybe it's one of ours," Mike said, but his voice didn't sound sure. He sounded like he wanted to believe it, but didn't. Ben shrugged. "Probably just an old mark. This place is full of dust. Makes sense someone was here before." We moved on, but that uneasy feeling stayed. I couldn't shake it. We crept through the house, moving into what looked like a living room. The wallpaper was peeling, the furniture covered in a thick layer of grime. I brushed my hand against the edge of a table, and it came away coated in dust. The place felt wrong, but I kept my mouth shut. We'd come this far, no point backing out now. Then we heard it, a soft, faint rustling sound coming from upstairs. We all froze. I glanced at the others, my heart pounding. No one spoke. We just stood there, listening, straining our ears. The sound came again, a slow shuffle, like someone dragging their feet across the floor above us. "Maybe it's an animal," Mike whispered, his voice barely above a breath. Sarah shook her head, her eyes wide. "Too big," she mouthed. We should have left. That was our cue, right there. But instead, we all looked at each other and, without a word, started toward the stairs. I don't know what we thought we'd find. I guess we didn't think at all. The staircase was narrow, the steps creaking under our weight. I held my breath, feeling every nerve in my body on edge. We reached the top, and there was a hallway stretching out in front of us. Doors lined either side, some closed, some barely hanging on their hinges. The air was colder up here, and that smell was stronger, sharper. My skin prickled. We walked slowly, our footsteps careful, almost tiptoeing. Sarah's flashlight was shaky, casting odd shadows on the walls. We reached the first door on the left. It was slightly ajar, and as we got closer, I could see something on the other side. A flicker of movement, just a shadow. I stopped, my heart hammering. I glanced at the others. They'd seen it too. Mike swallowed hard. Let's just see. He pushed the door open, the old wood groaning. The room was empty, but the window was open, curtains fluttering softly in a breeze that I hadn't felt downstairs. The room was cold, so cold I could see my breath. My gut told me we weren't alone. Then, from down the hall, we heard a sound, a soft, rhythmic thumping, like someone tapping their fingers against a wall. It was steady, unhurried. I felt my skin crawl. "Let's go," I whispered, but no one moved. Instead, we started toward the sound, our steps slow and hesitant. The noise grew louder, more distinct, coming from a room at the end of the hall. My heart raced, each beat heavy in my chest. Every instinct told me to turn back, to get out, but my legs kept moving. We reached the door, and without a word, Mike pushed it open. The room was empty, just an old bed frame and a broken dresser. The window was boarded up, casting strange shadows across the walls. But there, in the corner, was a mirror. And in the mirror we saw it. A figure, faint and barely there, just a shadow. It stood still, staring back at us. I felt my breath catch, my body frozen. It didn't move, didn't react. It just watched us. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I was stuck, rooted to the spot, my eyes locked on that figure. Then it took a step forward, a slow, deliberate step. The floorboards didn't creak, didn't make a sound, but I felt it, felt the weight of its gaze, cold and unfeeling. My heart pounded, my throat dry, I could barely breathe. "Let's go," I whispered again, my voice shaking. But no one moved. We were all trapped, caught in the gaze of that thing in the mirror. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The mirror was empty, just our reflection staring back at us, pale and wide-eyed. We didn't say a word. We didn't need to. We turned and left, moving quickly, our footsteps heavy and fast. We rushed down the stairs, back through the dusty rooms out onto the porch. The cool night air hit me like a slap, sharp and real. I sucked in a deep breath, my heart still racing. The car was right there, the headlights casting long shadows across the grass. We climbed in, slammed the doors, and sped off, not looking back. No one spoke. We just sat there, the silence thick and heavy, each of us lost in our own thoughts. My hands were shaking, my chest tight. I felt that figure's gaze, still watching even though we were miles away. To this day, I don't know what we saw, don't know what was in that house. But I know one thing. I'll never go back. Road trips are supposed to be fun, right? You load up with friends, get snacks, blast some music, and hit the road with no worries. That's what we thought anyway. We had all been cooped up for so long, and this trip was supposed to be our big break. A chance to just let go and see some of the country. But looking back, maybe we should have just stayed home. There were 4 of us. Me, Sam, Lisa, and Jake. We'd known each other forever, so this was supposed to be one of those bonding experiences, something we could laugh about later. We'd left early in the morning, aiming to cover as much ground as we could before nightfall. The plan was to hit up a few of those touristy places on the way, take some pictures, grab some food, just relax. The weather was perfect, and the highway stretched out ahead of us like an open invitation. The first day went off without a hitch. We stopped at this weird little diner that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 50s, had some greasy burgers, then kept driving. Everything was going great. But on the second day, things got strange. It was late in the afternoon, and we were on this back road, just miles and miles of empty fields and trees. There was nothing out there, not even a gas station. I'd taken the wheel, letting Jake rest since he'd driven most of the morning. Sam was in the passenger seat, and Lisa was sprawled out in the back, half asleep. The first sign something was wrong was this car that pulled up at the same gas station as us earlier. A beat-up, rusty old thing that looked like it was barely holding together. I didn't think much of it at first. I mean, cars stop at gas stations, right? But the driver had this way of staring at us. Just staring. He didn't move, didn't go inside. Just sat there, looking at us through the window. I couldn't see much of his face, but something about him felt off, like he was sizing us up. We finished filling up and got back on the road. But after a few minutes, I checked the rearview mirror, and there he was. The same car keeping a steady distance behind us. I told myself it was nothing, that he was probably just headed in the same direction. But as the miles ticked by, he didn't change his pace. He didn't try to pass us, didn't fall behind, just stayed there, right on our tail. "Hey, is anyone else getting creeped out by this guy?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Sam looked over his shoulder and frowned. "Yeah, he's been back there since the gas station." Jake leaned forward, squinting at the mirror. "You think he's following us?" Lisa sat up, groggy but alert now. "Who?" "Some guy in this old rusty car. Been behind us for miles," I said, keeping my eyes on the road but glancing in the mirror. We tried to shake him. I sped up, taking a few turns here and there, hoping he'd lose interest or get bored. But every time I checked, he was still there. Headlights a constant reminder that we weren't alone. My hands tightened on the wheel, my jaw clenched. I felt trapped, like no matter what we did, we couldn't escape him. After a while, Lisa started laughing nervously. "Maybe he's just going the same way. He'll turn off eventually, right?" But he didn't. The sun was setting, casting this weird orange light across the fields, making everything feel surreal. I glanced at the fuel gauge. We'd need to stop soon, but there wasn't anything out here, not even a roadside rest area. And then, as if on cue, we saw it. A tiny gas station up ahead, barely a blip on the horizon. Relief flooded through me. We could stop, maybe get some help if we needed it, or at least get away from this guy. I pulled in, the tires crunching on gravel, and we watched as he did the same. He parked a few pumps down, far enough that he wasn't right on top of us, but close enough to keep us in view. We all got out, stretching our legs, trying to act normal. I could feel my pulse racing, my body tense. I wanted to see his face, wanted to know what kind of person would just follow strangers like this. But he stayed in the car, barely moving, just watching us with that same unsettling stillness. Jake muttered, "All right, this is officially creepy." Sam nodded, glancing over his shoulder. "Should we, call someone? The police or something?" I shook my head, trying to keep a level head. "And say what? Some guy's following us? We don't even know what he wants." We filled up quickly, each of us keeping an eye on the car, watching for any sign he was about to get out. But he didn't. He just sat there, engine running, like he had all the time in the world. Finally, with the tank full, we piled back into the car and pulled out onto the road. I tried not to look, but I couldn't help glancing in the mirror. Sure enough, he pulled out after us, maintaining the same steady distance. My stomach twisted. This wasn't a coincidence. We tried to ignore him, tried to keep our conversation going, keep the music loud, but every few minutes someone would glance back and the car would be there. Sam even suggested we pull off on some random dirt road, try to lose him, but I was afraid he'd just follow us down some backwoods road and corner us. At least on the main road, we had options. Night fell, and the road grew darker. The only lights were our headlights and his, two white spots in the rearview mirror, unblinking. The tension in the car was thick, every little noise making us jump. And then, up ahead, we saw a sign for a motel, one of those old, run-down places that barely looked operational. "We should stop here," Lisa said, her voice shaky. "Maybe he'll leave if he sees we're stopping for the night." Reluctantly, I agreed. We pulled into the motel parking lot, parking under a flickering streetlight. The car followed us in, parking at the far end of the lot, just sitting there, engine idling. We piled out of the car, all of us glancing over our shoulders, trying to act casual, but I could feel my heart pounding. The motel was as run down as it looked, but we didn't care. We just wanted to get away from the guy. The clerk didn't seem to notice anything strange, just took our cash, handed us the keys, and pointed us toward our room. We locked the door behind us, all of us sitting there in tense silence, waiting. For a while, it was quiet. We peeked out the window, watching as his car just sat there in the parking lot. I couldn't see him clearly, just the outline of his head, unmoving, staring straight ahead. My skin prickled. What did he want? Why was he doing this? Hours passed, and he didn't leave. Every time one of us dozed off, we'd wake up to check the window and he'd still be there. Headlights off, engine off, just sitting. By the time dawn broke, none of us had slept more than a few minutes. We were exhausted, frazzled, every nerve on edge. When we finally decided to leave, we were on high alert. We threw our bags in the car, casting nervous glances toward the other end of the lot, but the car was gone. A wave of relief washed over me. Maybe he'd given up, moved on to some other unlucky group. I let out a breath, feeling my shoulders relax for the first time all night. But as we pulled out of the lot, my heart sank. There, a few blocks down, was the car parked along the side of the road, waiting. He pulled out as soon as we drove by, falling into line behind us, as if nothing had changed. I felt a jolt of fear, cold and sharp. He wasn't going to leave us alone. We drove for miles, trying everything to lose him, speeding up, taking random turns, even doubling back at one point. But he stayed with us, never getting too close, just keeping that same steady distance. My hands were shaking on the wheel, my mouth dry. I didn't know what to do. Finally, we hit a stretch of road with other cars, a few semi-trucks, some early morning commuters. I tried to blend in, keeping my speed normal, hoping he'd lose track of us. For a few minutes, I thought it worked. I glanced in the mirror and his car wasn't there. Relief flooded through me. We were safe. But just as quickly, the relief vanished. There he was again, slipping into line behind us like he'd been waiting for the right moment. My skin crawled. This wasn't random. This was planned. We kept driving, pushing through our exhaustion, eyes glued to the road, every turn feeling like a dead end. Hours passed, the road stretched on, and still he followed, his headlights a constant, unyielding presence in the mirror. None of us spoke. We didn't need to. We were all thinking the same thing. How are we going to get out of this? By the time we finally reached a town, we were all on the edge of panic. I pulled into a crowded parking lot, hoping that with so many people around, he'd finally back off. We watched as he parked on the other side, still watching. But this time, he didn't stay in the car. He got out. I don't remember what he looked like, don't remember his face. All I remember is the way he walked, slow, deliberate, like he knew we couldn't go anywhere. We locked the doors, my heart hammering, my hands shaking, but he didn't come over to us. He just stood there watching, his eyes unblinking, a faint smile on his lips. And then, as if he'd made his point, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. We sat there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move, too afraid to breathe. When we finally got back on the road, every car behind us felt like a threat, every shadow a reminder of him. We never saw him again, but I still think about him sometimes, that silent, watching figure. I don't know what he wanted, don't know why he followed us. All I know is that feeling, that awful, gut-wrenching feeling of being hunted, of knowing that no matter where you go, someone's there, watching, waiting. There's something about the ocean at night that gets to you. It's just this huge, dark expanse, nothing but water in every direction. No lights, no sounds, just waves crashing against the side of the ship. We were on a cruise, my friends and I, looking for a break from life, a few days to just relax, party, and forget about everything else. At first, it was exactly what we needed. Drinks by the pool, late nights in the lounge, just endless hours with no responsibilities. But then something happened. Something I can't explain, something that's stuck with me ever since. It was our third night out. We'd left port 2 days earlier, and by that point, We were way out there. Nothing but water for miles around. The ship was packed, full of people having a good time, so we were just part of the crowd, blending in, soaking up the energy. But that night, I couldn't sleep. I don't know why. Maybe it was the way the ship was moving. Maybe the sound of the ocean. So I got up, threw on a jacket, and decided to take a walk around the deck, see if some fresh air would help. The deck was quiet. Most people already asleep or in their cabins. A few stragglers were scattered around, leaning on the railings, staring out at the water. I nodded to a couple of them, made my way over to the starboard side, and just stood there, looking out. The night was pitch black, only the faintest sliver of moon casting a dim glow over the water. It was almost impossible to see anything past the edge of the ship, just this endless stretch of darkness. I was about to head back to my cabin when I saw him, just standing there, a few feet away, leaning over the railing. He was dressed in dark clothes, his face turned toward the ocean, unmoving. I don't know what it was, but something about him felt off. He was too still, too quiet. I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just another passenger out for a late-night stroll. I tried to brush it off, told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just lost in thought, staring out at the water like I had been. But the longer I looked, the stranger it seemed. His hands were gripping the railing so tightly, his knuckles were white. His head was tilted forward, his gaze fixed on the water below, like he was looking for something, or maybe waiting. "Hey," I said, just trying to break the silence. "Beautiful night, huh?" He didn't respond, didn't even look up. Just kept staring out at the ocean, his hands gripping the railing. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. Something was wrong. I thought about walking away, leaving him there. But I was curious and maybe a little worried. I took a step closer, just enough to get a better look at his face. It was pale, almost gray in the faint light. His eyes empty, distant. He didn't seem to notice me, like he was somewhere else entirely. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice low, almost a whisper. Finally he turned, his gaze shifting toward me. His eyes were hollow, unfocused, like he wasn't really seeing me. I felt my heart skip a beat. There was something in his expression, something I couldn't put into words, but it made me feel uneasy. "I'm waiting," he said, his voice barely audible, almost like he was speaking to himself. "Waiting for what?" I asked, not sure if I even wanted to know. He looked back at the water, his grip on the railing tightening. "They're down there, waiting for me." I didn't know what to say. My mouth went dry, my pulse quickening. I glanced around, but there was no one else nearby, just me and this guy, and the endless stretch of ocean. My gut told me to leave, to get back to my cabin and lock the door, but something kept me there, rooted to the spot. "Who's down there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer, just kept staring at the water, his breathing slow and steady. I felt this overwhelming urge to get away, to put as much distance between us as possible. But before I could move, he spoke again. "They're calling me," he whispered, his voice so quiet I almost didn't hear him. "They've been calling me for a long time." I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. This guy was scaring me. There was something in his eyes, something dark and empty, like he was already half gone. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I did, something terrible would happen. "Listen, man," I said, trying to sound calm, trying to keep my voice steady. "Maybe you should go back to your cabin, get some rest." He didn't respond, didn't even look at me. His gaze was locked on the water, his body tense like he was about to jump. Panic surged through me. I couldn't just stand there and watch him do something like that. "Hey!" I said, louder this time, reaching out to grab his arm. "Don't do this." He turned to me, his eyes meeting mine for the first time. They were dark, empty, like he was already somewhere else. For a moment, I thought I saw something flicker in his gaze, a hint of recognition, but then it was gone. "They're waiting," he said again, his voice barely a whisper. And then, before I could react, he let go of the railing and stepped back. I reached out, trying to grab him, but he slipped through my fingers, disappearing into the darkness. My heart raced, panic flooding through me. I ran to the edge, looking down, but there was nothing, just the dark water stretching out beneath us. I stood there, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. I couldn't believe it. He was gone. Just gone. 1 minute he was there, and the next, he was gone. I stumbled back, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do, didn't know who to tell. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, like something terrible had just happened, something I couldn't explain. I backed away from the railing, my heart pounding, my mind racing. I wanted to get out of there, to get as far away from that spot as possible. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, watching me from the darkness. I glanced back, half expecting to see him standing by the railing, staring out at the water. But there was nothing, just the empty deck and the silent, endless ocean. I turned and walked away, my heart racing, my mind spinning. I didn't know what I'd just seen, didn't know if I'd imagined it, but I knew one thing for sure. I'd never forget that night. There's something different about the woods at night. It's like every sound is sharper, every shadow feels alive. I'd gone hiking plenty of times, camped in the backcountry more than I could count, but that night felt off. The air was thick, the trees loomed over me, and I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just spooking myself, but the truth is, I was wrong, dead wrong. It all started when I decided to go solo camping for a weekend. Just me, my tent, and a few supplies. The plan was to hike out to a secluded spot I'd been to before, set up camp, and enjoy some peace and quiet. It was supposed to be relaxing, a way to get away from everything for a while. No phone, no people, just nature. I parked my truck at the trailhead around noon and started the hike. The first few miles were easy, familiar. I'd done this trail enough times to know it like the back of my hand. The sun was out, birds were chirping, everything seemed fine. I kept a steady pace, stopping every now and then to catch my breath or take in the view. The forest was dense, the trees towering over me, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. After a couple of hours, I reached the spot I had in mind. It was a small clearing hidden away from the main trail, surrounded by trees on all sides. Perfect for camping. I dropped my pack, stretched my legs, and got to work setting up the tent. It didn't take long, and once everything was set, I felt a sense of accomplishment. This was exactly what I needed. I spent the afternoon exploring the area, gathering firewood, and just taking in the silence. There's something calming about being alone in the woods, away from the noise of everyday life. As the sun started to set, I built a small fire and sat by it, watching the flames dance. The sky turned a deep orange, then faded to purple, and finally to black. The temperature dropped, and I wrapped myself in a jacket, feeling the chill settle in. Around 9 p.m., I decided to turn in. The fire had died down, and I was tired from the hike. I crawled into my tent, zipped up the sleeping bag, and closed my eyes. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or distant hoot of an owl. I was drifting off when I heard it, a soft crunching sound like someone stepping on dry leaves. My eyes snapped open. I held my breath, listening. The sound was faint, but it was there, moving slowly, getting closer. My heart started to pound. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the footsteps didn't stop. They grew louder, more deliberate. I sat up, my body tense, every sense on high alert. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I could feel my pulse in my ears, each beat echoing in the silence. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. Whoever, or whatever, was out there stood still, just inches from where I was sitting. I strained my ears, trying to catch any hint of movement, any clue as to what was out there. The seconds dragged on, each one heavier than the last. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the footsteps moved away. Slow, measured, as if whoever was out there was taking their time. I let out a shaky breath, my body relaxing just a little. I told myself it was nothing, that I was overreacting. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little noise had me on edge. Every creak and rustle felt like a threat. By the time morning came, I was exhausted, my nerves frayed, but I tried to shake it off, convincing myself that I'd just let my imagination get the best of me. I packed up my things, determined to make the most of the day. I spent the morning exploring, trying to put some distance between myself and the strange events of the night before. I found a small stream, filled up my water bottle, and sat by the water, letting the sound of the rushing water calm me down. For a while I felt better, more at ease. But as the day went on, that feeling of unease crept back in, stronger than before. Around noon, I decided to head back to camp. I'd planned on staying another night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The hike back was quiet, the forest eerily still. No birds, no animals, just silence. I walked faster, my eyes darting around, every shadow feeling like a threat. When I got back to camp, I froze. My tent was open, the flaps hanging loose. I knew I'd zipped it up before I left. My heart pounded, my stomach dropping. I took a cautious step forward, my eyes scanning the area. Everything looked normal at first glance, but as I got closer, I noticed something strange. My things had been moved, shifted around. My sleeping bag was unrolled, my backpack open, its contents spilled out. Someone had been here. I felt a surge of fear, my mind racing. Who would come all the way out here to this spot? And why? I backed away, my eyes never leaving the tent, half expecting someone to jump out at me. But there was no one, just the silent, empty woods. I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. I didn't bother with the tent, just stuffed everything into my backpack and slung it over my shoulder. I needed to get out of there, to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. I started back down the trail, moving fast, my eyes darting around, every sound making my heart race. The hike back was tense. Every few minutes I'd stop and listen, convinced I was being followed. But each time the forest was silent, as if holding its breath. I kept moving faster and faster, my pulse pounding in my ears. And then, just as I thought I was in the clear, I heard it. The sound of footsteps coming from behind me. Slow, steady, unhurried. My heart skipped a beat, my body freezing. I didn't want to turn around, didn't want to see who or what was behind me. But the footsteps kept coming, getting closer, each one sending a jolt of fear through me. I forced myself to move, my legs heavy, my breathing shallow. The footsteps followed, matching my pace, never speeding up, never slowing down. I broke into a run, my feet pounding against the trail, branches whipping at my face. I didn't look back, didn't dare. All I could think about was getting to the car, putting as much distance between me and this nightmare as possible. Finally, I saw it. The trailhead, the parking lot, my truck. I sprinted the last few yards, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking. I threw open the door, jumped in, and locked it behind me. My chest heaved, my heart racing. I glanced back, half expecting to see someone standing there watching me. But the trail was empty, the forest silent. I started the truck, my hands gripping the wheel, my knuckles white. I pulled out of the parking lot, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, watching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the empty trailhead and the dark line of trees. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, that whoever, or whatever, had been out there, was still there, hidden in the shadows, waiting. I don't know who was in those woods, don't know what they wanted, but one thing's for sure, I'll never go back. Even now, whenever I'm alone, I can't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there watching me.